Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land, I'm a Moorian empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path you don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. The late evening U.S. people.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
All right, how are we all doing, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Welcome to the afternoon of day 6 and the morning of day 7 of the LEILANI Simon trial. We're going to get straight into it. We got a lot of things to do and a decent amount of time to do it in, so never fear. First thing we got to look at is our like and subscribe poll. Get that out of the way real quick. We've got our like and subscribe poll here, and we got 93 people and 50 likes, so about half of you haven't done your job. The other 40 some odd of you need to get in there and smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. If you have already subscribed to the channel, as always, double check to make sure you are still subscribed. And after you've done that, come and take our like and subscribe poll, which is, are we going to hit the stretch goal of 15 yellow or higher super chats? The amount's not the important thing. It's the number. The number of yellow or higher super chats we get. If we do that, starting in about 12 hours from now, I'll just do a lengthy truck driving stream. We will be joined by a guest or two if we do that. But that's the way it's set up. If we hit the goal, we'll do a trucking stream in about 12 hours from now. There also might be a Lego building thing coming up on Saturday evening U.S. time, Sunday my time. So let's see. Do you think are we going to get to the stretch goal? 40% said yes, 5% said no, 53% say hope so. Well, I've set the timer for 3 hours. I'm guessing 3 hours. Today's stream will go as long as it takes me to smoke this cigar. And when I stream, I tend to be a very slow cigar smoker. When I smoke the cigars, I got to start smoking the cigars before the stream, because I always find that I get about 3/4 of the way done, and then I end the stream, and then I have to sleep, and then I just waste a bunch of good cigars. So we'll go till this is gone today. That's our timeline. What else we got here? That's kind of just about it, I guess, other than to mention the fact that we are indeed on day 63 of the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs. Day 63 right there. Well, if we get the stretch goal, we're going to by default get the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dog cam in line. The question is, are we going to get that far? If we unleash the Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs, that'll make it day 64. It's entirely up to you to see what happens. But to kick us off down that road, we've already got a head start because Melanie has gifted one Legal Vices membership that went to Angelique Marquez. Make sure you give Melanie that super special thanks. And Adara the Wholesome gifted $10. What's with his absolutist poll? Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Jedi Master Vicerax. They exercise deadly force from afar, zipping their proverbial pole in a suitcase, even from the couch or bed. Now, this poll is not absolute. I hope it has hope in it. I hope so is one of the choices. So by default, this poll is not absolute. Hope is not absolute. And I did realize something yesterday. Speaking of Emotional Support Potato Pig Dogs, thank you so much, Adara the Wholesome. We are now 14 away from hitting the goal. I realize I have done something with this camera. You can hear this. Strawberry never does this. Never. It's only something she started doing in the past couple of weeks. I can sit here at this computer all day and do my work. I can sit here and play games. I can watch movies. I can talk to other people. And she won't make a sound. But she knows, she honest to God knows that we're streaming and she hasn't figured out how, she's part of it. She just now knows that when I'm doing the show, how she knows I'm doing the show and not something else is beyond me, but she just knows that's the time to bark. So she's demanding to be part of it, though, little shit. So interesting. Well, also of interesting note is Adara the Wholesome gave one of the $10 super chats, but it didn't get credited towards the goal. I don't know why that is. But I will keep it there in my head. We know it's there. We know it's there. Thank you very much, Adara the Wholesome, for kicking us off. 14 more to go. Now there's only... Okay, that one got credited. That's weird. All right. Island, I need Trucking Stream to have any chance of beating Jeff in the Lego sweater race. Irrelevant to anyone but me, but we are our own greatest competition or something like that. Also, I want doggos. Hey, we're on our way. We are on our way. And as I mentioned yesterday, there will be no Effort Friday Griftathon this month, so take that into consideration. But tomorrow during the truck stream, if every $100 that comes in, I will take a drink and we may end up drunk driving by the end of it. For every $100 that comes in during the driving stream, I'll take a drink of something. I'll give you that promise. So it could be like a semi-pseudo Effort Friday. All right, that's it. We will bring the other super chats up if and when they come. Again, reminder, day 63, it's up to you if we get to day 64, and it's even more up to you if we get to the 10 yellows or higher. That's it. That's all we got. We've got all the background stuff out of the way. It's Friday. Enjoy it. Right. I think we're good to go. Hey, 121 people, 69 likes. Again, that 50% of you get in there and smash that like button. And please, for the love of God, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do me the favor. Yes, I'm not above begging because I am in the middle of a cull. I am in the middle of a YouTube subscriber cull. In the past week and a half, just like 20, 30, 40 at a time, YouTube says, you don't need these. And we're down about 200 subscribers because YouTube is putting me through the time of testing. So double check to make sure you are still subscribed. Otherwise, it just means people hate me. No, all right, let's go. Let's shut up, stop whining about that, and let's get going with Clark Kent, Superman, Jamie Dutton, whoever you want to call him. He is here. He is ready to go, and he is cross-examining the witness. Let's bring him on up. It is Savannah Solomon, FBI agent Savannah Solomon. He's cross-examining. Well, he's direct examining her, not cross-examining her. He's conducting the direct examination. And when he finishes, it'll be cross-examination time. So until there's a reason to stop, we're going to press forward. Let's go.
What's the main point of bringing her in? Were you bringing her in to notify her of anything in particular that day on October 12th?
That was the day that we provided the death notifications and notification of the landfill search to the family members.
And at what point in that day or that interview did you notify the defendant of that?
We never actually said that Quentin was dead. With her, it was understood. So maybe halfway through the time, we made it clear, but we never said the word dead.
At some point during that interview, did you tell her something to the effect of, we're about to start searching that landfill and we're 98% sure we're going to find Quentin in it?
I was very confident we were going to find Quentin in the landfill when I spoke to her, yes.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said he wasn't in the bag.
That's a
But
weird
it
thing to
was-
say if he's not in the bag.
Hard to characterize. It wasn't shock, which is the most surprising thing of it.
Did you inform her mother, the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, of the same thing at some point that day?
About an hour later.
And yeah, if you're ever listening to Tug, that umbrella guy, or and you hear this noise, that's what he's doing. He's lighting a cigar. Any cigar aficionado can tell you the sound of a torch lighting a cigar. So, if you ever wonder what that noise you hear on Tug's show is, that's what it is.
Yeah, was that after the defendant's interview had concluded?
It was.
Where were you when you informed the defendant's mother of that?
Brad and our victim specialist and I went to the Buckhalter Road residence and informed her in her living room.
And how did she react when you told her that?
I told her in order. I told her I was going to tell her 3 things. And when she was done processing one, we would move to the next. So the first thing I told her was that Quentin had died. And she showed anguish. When she was ready to hear the next thing, I told her that we were going to find him in the landfill and that we would be announcing that search was commencing. And she pulled back from me and she said, "My baby is in the trash." And
Your Honor, hearsay. She knows that.
Yeah, I'll give that one to the defense.
I'm sorry.
That's I don't know if I would have gone to the hearsay objection. I mean, gosh, it's the old, was it "my baby's in the trash" or "my baby's in the trash"? It's the my cousin Vinny thing,
Sustained,
May I respond, please, Your Honor?
please.
Did the witness is describing Billy Joe Howell asking a question? And it can't be a statement offered for the truth. It's a reaction.
She can offer a reaction.
Yeah, Jill Ems is what it
but
is.
The question, well, what she stated was what she said, what Billy Joe said.
When you, I understood, Your Honor.
Yes,
When you said that to Billy Joe Howell, that you believed him to be in the landfill, and that you're gonna find him in the landfill, did she make any statements of fact to you in response to that?
no,
How did she react?
shock, horror, disbelief, anguish that there were 4 other people that we then notified that were at the house. And it was a picture of 5 different versions of anguish.
What?
And was there a contrast there in how those people reacted and how the defendant had reacted earlier that day when you told her?
Yes.
Now, what was your, I want to ask you some questions about October 24th.
Okay.
Okay, but first I'd just like to ask you that, what was your typical day like between October 12th and October 24th? What did that look like for you?
Landfill operations commenced a few days following the 12th. So as those were going, I would get to the landfill for the sunrise brief to try to represent the case team and give some sort of morale or update motivation. I would go back to the office and review Danny's calls and texts from the previous day and attend to any investigative or administrative work that needed to be done. We were continuously following leads from the public and additional investigative avenues to make sure that we didn't close any doors too soon. And then Taylor and I would drive to the landfill to meet the team as they were wrapping up ahead of their lunch break so we could check boots, give updates, check on the status of everything, and kind of go in with everybody, and then back to the office.
Now, moving to October 24th, on this day, did the defendant make any recorded statements to anybody other than law enforcement?
Yeah, she was on the local news.
And did you watch that news interview?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 71?
I do.
All right. Your Honor, this is a certified copy of the defendant's October 24th news interview with WTSC. It's supported by the testing certificate. I would move this in State 71 at this time.
What if this is the interview that her and her mother did out in front of their house?
Now, do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 72?
I do.
Now, do you know what that is? You need to pull it out of the envelope to see, or what?
It's labeled
Hey,
WTOC
paralegal
interview
is.
redacted.
Okay. How does that exhibit differ from the one you just introduced?
This one is titled, Exhibit 71 is titled WTOC interview.
Okay. But I mean, what is 72 in relation to 71?
72 is what was shown on the news.
Okay.
And the 71 is the unredacted footage from WTOC.
Okay. And so 72 is?
What was shown on the news from WTOC
Okay.
of the news article.
72, is that like just the portions from the WTSC broadcast stitched together to show only the defendant talking?
Yes.
Like not the anchors and reporters and so forth?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I introduce State Exhibit 72. No objection.
So much clicking. Click the mouse. Click the mouse.
Defendants say in this video, to the extent you remember.
That she didn't know where Quentin was.
Yep.
And
This
Oh,
is
he was-
the video she did with her mom. When her mom said, "I'll march her down to there myself." She had anything. This was the day. The day this interview came out is the day that I became interested in this case. Watching this, my first reaction was, bitch did it, and her mom was in on it. Her mom is covering for her. Her mom knows she did it. And so ever since then, this has been the day that I've been following this case. Yep, it's this interview.
would be found, but if she had had anything to take responsibility for, that she would.
And with that, I'll publish it, Your Honor.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quentin?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, just started screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quentin Simon. That's it.
Oh, you'll get it, bitch. You'll get justice for Quentin.
Whatever cost it is. We don't care the cost. We want answers just like everybody else does.
We got answers.
At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
So that was an interview that was filmed and aired on October 24th.
Yes.
Had you been in contact with her via telephone during the investigation?
With both Leilani and Billy, yes.
Can you tell us how you came to be in phone contact with the defendant?
On
Whoa.
one of the days the team was
Wow.
at the residence, I walked out to give a backpack to her brother because it had
Good
medication
heaven.
in it. And during that conversation, the defendant offered me her phone number.
Spooky.
So from that point forward, you're able to call and text with her, I guess?
Yes.
Don't know how
This
that
same
happened,
day,
but there.
October 24th, that she does this interview where she says, we don't know what happened, we just want answers and justice, and if he's alive, we want home. Did she send you a text message saying something different from that?
She did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 73?
I do.
Can you tell us, is that a portion of your text message traffic with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Is it fairly inaccurately depict at least this portion of the messages that the two of you exchanged?
It does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 73. Let me look at it. No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 73 is admitted without objection.
All right. On the first page, are you with me?
I am.
Okay. Do you see that last entry at the bottom?
I do.
Is this an incoming text that you received from the defendant or an outgoing text that you sent?
It is an incoming text that I received.
And what is the date and time of this text?
October 24th, 2022 at 5:45 p.m.
So that would have been right about the time that this interview was airing on the evening news, I guess.
Probably, yes.
Okay. What did she message you at that time?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that. He was the one who left, and my phone was in the car from my previous trip, and his was on the charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All the lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quentin. He is that texted the babysitter, and he was that wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment, and it was still dark, and he was the one who the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance.
Now, did you later bring her in for an interview to memorialize that statement?
I did.
Formal interview. And when was that conducted?
October 31st
Where was it conducted?
at the FBI office.
What was your approach in this interview?
We really just wanted to have, it was a new story. And so we wanted to make sure that we had correctly captured what she was presenting to us. So it was, we asked her to talk about what she had provided in the text and to just give the context and the complete story of that.
And did she essentially repeat to you what she had said in the text message?
More or less over the course of longer.
Okay. During this interview, we've seen some interviews to this point where she's sort of being challenged on things and has a certain reaction to that. During this interview, were you challenging her or pushing back, or were you more just letting her talk?
No, the goal was to just let her talk and get her whole story.
And what was her demeanor like in this interview?
She was affable. We were laughing, the three of us, Detective Lemons and I, and Leilani. She was open, calm.
Now, did you, on this same day that interview was conducted, did you all collect DNA samples from the defendant and her mother?
We did.
Can you tell me about the process for doing that? Who did it and what was done?
Usually we let them do it themselves when they're consenting. Basically, you have a giant Q-tip and you scrape the inside of the cheek to get some cheek cells, and you place it in a plastic baggie and
swap them cheeks.
seal it up in front of everybody.
All right, and is it marked with the name of the person who it came from?
It is.
Did you log those into evidence at the Savannah FBI office?
I did.
One item for the defendant's DNA sample and one for others?
That's correct.
Right. Were you involved in having those sent to the FBI lab in Quantico at some point?
Yes, I directed them to be FedExed to the lab.
And did that happen?
It did.
Okay. When did that happen in relation to November 18, the day that the remaining remains were discovered?
We sent the DNA up on or around November 1st, just so it would be ready for the lab.
Okay. Now, we've talked a little bit about the phone monitoring operation. I think you said you were going to do that on a daily basis.
Yes,
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 74?
I do.
Do you know what that disc is?
These are select recordings from Danny's wire.
Did they fairly and accurately capture a couple of conversations that they had during this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 72. Objection. Charging 74.
74.
And I would ask the publish just the portions of this.
All right, let's see what we're looking at here. Let's get after it.
There are two files on this disk. The first one is a call with the date 10/30/2022 in the subject line. When would that call have been made?
This would have been the night before that Halloween interview would have been made on October 30th.
And I'm going to open that file up and play starting at 9:50.
9:50. How long was this phone call? Are we bothering you, Chief Wiggum? Are you bored? Saying, where's your defense now?
I've been getting up every day, 7 or 8 in the morning. It's what happens, I guess, with sober in the morning. I wake up early. I go to bed at a decent time. I get up in the morning and make breakfast for everybody in the house. I'm a completely different person. I didn't notice this. I take care of the house and clean. I do dishes.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've done that.
Yeah. No, I do. I actually cook dinner and I do the things you deserve for me to do. I'm sorry. I will never touch cook or cooking when you're making. I become angry and impulsive when I'm on it.
I stopped the playback at 11:05. What was it we heard her say there about the effect of cocaine on her?
That it makes her angry and impulsive.
The next file on this disk has the date 10/31/2022 in the file name. When would that call have been made?
The evening of October 31st, 2022.
Is that the same day of the interview in which she was putting it on Danny?
It is.
And I'm going to play here from 27:02 on. We'll go 27:03.
So what did you do when you went out after I fell asleep?
All I did was wait for lunch. I only got my word on.
All right, what was that exchange there that we heard?
Danny asked LEILANI again what she had done after he had gone asleep the night that Quentin disappeared. And she said that she had done a line and went out to get the Orajel.
Now, did that conflict in any way with what she had just told you in the October 31st interview?
It did.
In what manner?
She said that she didn't go get Orajel. and during the interview.
Oops.
And that Danny had been the one driving the car.
Bitch, leave. Get Danny's name out your fucking mouth.
At some point, well, you were at the residence on October 5th.
Leave Danny alone.
It was the pack and play that Quentin was said to have been sleeping in, and the pillowcase in the pack and play. Was that taken into evidence?
That day it was, yes.
What agency initially took it into evidence?
The Chatham County Police Department.
And was the pillow and pillowcase at some point turned over to you from the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
Who gave it to you?
Detective Lemons.
And what did you do with it?
I prepared it to be FedExed to the lab for analysis.
In Quantico?
The FBI lab, yes, in Quantico.
And did that happen? Was it FedEx to the lab?
It was.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you about November 18th.
Okay.
Were you involved in the coordination and supervision of the landfill search throughout?
Yes, I staffed all of the volunteers from Savannah and Brunswick.
Stringer Bell, bringing the heat. What's up, Stringer Bell? The $10 to Straubs, Yoda, truck driving, and finding this foul human guilty. There you go. That takes us this is one small step towards trucking cam and one giant leap towards doggo cam. 12 more yellows or greater to get us to the trucker stream 12 hours from now, and not so much to get us to doggo cam. Alan also bringing the heat. Where'd you go, Alan? Alan, shut up, Straubs. Get the dogs out. The strawberry wants to be released. Thank you so much for that. 5 pounds. Now let's get back at it, shall we? Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Stringer Bell and Alan. Let's go.
And as I mentioned earlier, I was present at least twice a day. If I didn't have administrative or investigative work on a given day, I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
I was at the United States Attorney's Office facilitating an interview, and Brad called me and said that a skull had been found. And I immediately left the meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office and quickly got to the landfill and was there for the rest of the day and the additional findings.
Yes, skull trumps
Can you describe
meeting.
what was going on when you got there? What was the scene like at the landfill?
Somber, but
Happy.
everyone was looking very, very carefully. We knew we were looking for small pieces of a small child.
Oh, God.
And
God.
fortunately, the skull is more recognizable. And so we had believed that if we found one piece, all other pieces that we would find would be within 6 feet of the trash as it was.
Those are words that I could have gone my entire life without ever hearing. We were looking for small pieces of a small child. Sweet Jesus. Got nothing for that, man. That's terrible. Oof, Winks. We want dogs in trucking. Me too. I want to forget that last sentence. Thank you so much, Winks. Irish, I was drunk. How are we, lads and lasses? Hope all is well. All is well. All is extremely well. We're doing very, very good. Just trying to forget hearing the sentence, looking for small pieces of a small child. Ugh. Those people that worked every day in that landfill, the people that found these small pieces of the small child, God help them, man. That's I can't imagine. I mean, even battle hardened veterans and the FBI agents that they had on this have just got to be just gutted by this shit.
Impacted. So we knew that that was our day when we found him at the beginning of the day. And so we were, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bones in a landfill. And so we had to sort through chicken wings and T-bones and all of that to find what appeared to be human and separate those out.
Oh my God.
That was throughout the day.
What do you remember about the period of time that passed from the first apparent item, from the first apparent item of human remains being found and you getting that call from Brad to when you'll kind of stopped identifying suspected human remains that day? How long did that process of discovery take?
It took, I would estimate, around 5 to 6 hours. We finished the search from where the skull had been found, laid out more trash and searched that and broke for lunch. That search section had been pushed over during lunch, but then we realized that there were more likely bones within it that appeared to be human. And so I asked them to pull the deck back, meaning the trash they pushed aside that we'd been through, they were able to pull it back with the bulldozer, and we researched that. And so after that, we did one more deck, maybe two, without finding anything, and that was the end of the day.
What do you mean by one more deck?
So the landfill had laid out a large open space that was flat. And we knew the pretty specific area where we expected to find Quentin, but trash as far as Statesboro was coming to our landfill. And so you imagine it compacted very quickly. So we had to dig through the compacted trash, pull out a reasonable amount to search at a time in a safe place. We had safety officers out because there's a lot that can cut you. We didn't have an issue with noxious fumes, but that was also a concern. So we pull that out. The safety officers would look through the deck and make sure that the search team was cleared to go forward. And then we had these rakes, and you would rake through every little piece and open trash bags that were still open and work your way until you had discarded all of the trash behind you, and the group kind of converged in a circle and turned in the bones that we had collected or the items of interest that we weren't quite sure, just needed someone else to look at. Most of us carried a bag on our taped to ourselves so we could just drop the bones in and keep going when there was something like a skull, or on this day, a swath of skin, or
Christ,
that needed immediate attention. We would call someone forward. Since I was not a searcher that day, I would go onto the deck to get pieces to bring back to the evidence tent.
How far apart on the search deck were pieces of Quentin found from one another?
That's kind of hard to describe because he was strewn because he'd been strewn when he was compacted into his place of rest at the time. And then the bulldozer dug up chunks and laid out the deck, and then we spread them out. And so he was found across 2 or 3 decks, and the decks were, half a football field. So many searchers found different pieces of him, yes.
So if you do the math, 3 different decks, each of which is maybe a half of a football field, we're talking about like 1.5 football field area over which pieces of Quentin were found.
This may honestly be the worst testimony I've ever heard in my life about anything, ever. This witness here. And this is the worst I've ever heard.
Once he was spread out, or once the decks were spread out, yes.
Do you see in front of you a binder marked as State's Exhibit? You see in front of you a binder?
I do.
Is it marked as a State's Exhibit?
It is. It's marked as
What's the number?
77.
Could you take a look through that and tell me if you recognize it? What's in there?
I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at evidence photos of human remains.
And are those the pieces of Quentin that you were talking about being found that day?
They are.
Where were these photographed before they were transported to the lab at Quantico?
They were.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the suspected remains of Quentin Simon as you viewed them that day?
They do.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 77.
Angela Halo, even worse than a dick and a head in a bucket. Oh, this is way worse than the business thing was so ridiculous. It was funny. It was so horrific. It was funny. And it was two drugged out adults that brought this on themselves. You know, it's totally different scenario. This is way worse.
I'd like to publish just a few. First of all, there's like 60 some pictures in there, right? I'd like to publish just a few of them and ask you a couple questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Oh yeah, she couldn't give a shit.
Can you flip to the first page in that binder?
Yes.
Is this it up on the screen here?
It is.
What does that appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
It is the top half of a skull.
We're halfway to doggo cam. Yay.
Can you flip to the second image in this binder?
Look at the lights. Maybe the tears will come. Look at the lights.
What does this appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
When we found this and brought it to the tent, we weren't sure when we saw it from here. What I know now and can see is it is a severed foot cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image, just to orient us?
Yes, to orient, this is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail, and you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
And these jurors, the jurors, like, look, when you called me up for jury duty, I was expecting like a traffic violation. I was expecting a burglary. I wasn't expecting to have to sit through pictures of dismembered toddlers. These poor jurors, they didn't ask for this. Winks giving us a little bit of a break here. Winks dropping the 10 again. We're now 10 yellows or greater away from driving stream tomorrow, trucking stream. How can one sit there and just feel nothing? But she sure cried a lot for herself. Well, she tried to cry a lot for herself. So messed up. I mean, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the definition of a psychopath. Like someone who just literally feels nothing. There is nothing going on there. I mean, I'm just seeing empty eyes. Thanks, Wink. Thanks, Winks. Appreciate that. Go. Yoink.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes.
So if I remember correctly, they agreed that the jury would
That
have
is
one
the
binder
same
to look
foot
at.
flipped over so you can clearly see the skin of the foot. This is his heel. And then you shake down to the tips of the toe bones through the 5. We had a huge poster of Quentin after bath time, dressed and barefooted on the top of the landfill to remember what we were looking for. And so we had been looking at his foot and his forehead for 5 weeks, and that is what we found. That is his foot.
Oh gosh, see, she's trying to keep it together too, and she's a hardened FBI special agent, and she's trying to hold this together. I mean, literally, I can't fathom this. They've got a large poster of Quentin, and they're holding up bits and pieces of a small child to see where they fit on the poster. That just gave me freaking goosebumps. Oh, like literally just like my body is just full on goosebumps right now. Jesus. Well, Island with the $10. We need doggos. Jeez. I have a meeting this morning and I can't be crying when I get there. This is heartbreaking. That it is. It truly is. Sonia Chris with the tenor. Good morning, Jeff and Chad. Good morning, Sonia Chris. How you doing? We're getting there. Oh yeah. Yeah, just wipe whatever that is in your eye. It ain't tears, you bitch. Heartless monster.
And finally, the fourth image in the binder.
Yes.
What do you believe this to be?
I believe that it is a swath of skin going from the length of a body.
Oh my
of
God.
A toddler's body. So the shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerke passed.
She has a single tear running down her face. And what did it take? What did it take to make this woman get one tear to come down her face? Literally showing her a picture of what amounted to her son's skin suit. That's what it took to make this bitch shed a single tear. She's literally describing a skin suit. She had a swath of skin from the shoulders down one leg. God.
To Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
Well, look, for what it's
Now,
worth.
I'd like to ask you some questions about.
For what it's worth, chat, we get to take a little bit of a break here. Mama Lori is currently sitting under a pile of support cats. I can just picture like a pile of support cats. Thank you for making me laugh, Mama Lori. But the dogs are needed too. I don't have enough meds for this. None of us do. Holy crap. But Mama Lori, you get a foghorn for that. Thank you, Mama Lori, for dropping the Canadian fitty and putting us well over the mark of unleashing the emotional support potato pig dogs for day 64. Get rid of that day 63 stuff up there. We are now, through your generousness and graciousness, keeping the streak alive for another day. 64 days of emotional support potato pig dogs. Mama Lori and everybody who went before, thank you so much for contributing to that. It is with a great amount of relief that we get to finally, for today, issue that one command that we all know and love and we've been waiting for. It's time, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to issue the command to release the hose. And so we shall. There's Yoda. Yoda sleeping peacefully, unaware of what we horrific humans do to each other. Strawberries over there. Just chilling. There we are, people. The emotional support potato pig dogs. And while we're paused here, a couple of more things have come in. Scony262. Between her and Susan Smith, I hope neither see the light of day ever again. I'm afraid I can't argue with you on that. Well, I'm not even afraid. I'm glad I can't argue with you on that. I'm wholly in your camp there. Lancelot 652, I know due process and all that, but after she's found guilty, if the deputy spares my taxpayer dollars from going to her, I'd sleep like a baby. Yeah. Sad we have to keep this stuff alive. These are the cases where I rest calmly in my belief that the death penalty is not only a good thing, but is drastically underutilized. Call me barbarian or whatever. My only problem I have with the death penalty is it's disproportionately used and often inaccurately applied. If we could guarantee that people are rightfully convicted and similarly situated people in similar situations face the same punishment, I think we're using it way too little, because people like her leave no question in my mind that there are people that have lost the right to breathe my oxygen. They've lost the right to share air with me. And I have no problem putting them down like the fucking animals they are. Yeah, I completely agree. Brummy Nan of 2. I didn't know this little one and have more tears for him than her. Everybody's got more tears than her. Thank you, Brummy Nan of 2 for the £5, and Lancelot for the $5, and Scunny 262 for the 10, and Mama Lori for the 50. Thank you very, very much. Let's get there and see what I have to check my, because that number is not accurate on the goal. Let me just double check here on the goal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So as we are six yellows away from trucking stream. So whatever it says up, it says 8 out of 15. We're actually at 9 out of 15. So 6 more. We got trucking. We need trucking. All right. Strawberry has decided that she wants to come over here and lick my leg. So I appreciate that, Straubs. I need the love and cuddles. So we'll just put it over to Yoda, who gives 0 F's about anything. All right, let's get back to this. That was a good break. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate the support. And you now have your emotional support potato pig dogs.
getting Quentin up to the FBI lab in Quantico. Okay? We've heard testimony from Special Agent Taylor Burns that he was responsible for initially transporting Quentin's remains from the landfill.
Obvious is some people just need to suffer,
the
just need
FBI
often.
office in
Okay.
Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yeah, I thought you said some people just need to suffer. Yeah, some people just need often. Absolutely. So while I respect people that are just categorically opposed to the death penalty for any reason, I respect you. I respect your opinion, but I have other views. Jeff K dropping the 10. Make it 10. It is 10. It is now 10. Thank you, Jeff K. Appreciate that. All right, let's go back to see what the question I talked over was.
To the FBI office in Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yes, we all met him at the office afterwards.
And he's described the packaging of Quentin into 4 different bags.
Oh my God.
Inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved in the further transport of Quentin to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quentin. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon, where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quentin to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quentin got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you 2 pictures stapled together and marked as states included? I think it should be 93. Is that right?
92.
92. Okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quentin's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I'd offer this in the States Exhibit 92.
Minute, without objection.
Publish the first image here. Can you describe to us what we're seeing here?
We had Scott Schumann and Jeff Allen were at the office with me for me to retrieve Quentin and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him. We 3 of us had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately.
Okay, that got me. That got me right there.
And we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to LEILANI and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill. But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box. And we wrapped it in a black cloth and then the flag.
Moving on to the second image.
That is Quentin in my back seat, how he rode with me on the way to Macon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What was the date that Quentin made it to the lab in Quantico, if you remember?
On or around November 21st.
We talked a little bit earlier about the defendant telling you via text message on October 24, and then in an interview on October 31, that she actually hadn't driven to Azalea and had been dancing with her phone or something like that. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
Did she eventually admit to you that that wasn't true?
Yes. That about Danny.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that on November 21st in her final interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you at that time that what she had said about Danny on October 24th and October 31 was just a theory that she was throwing out there?
That's correct.
One moment, please.
Tease T, I can't handle that one today. That was pretty damn powerful, and I do like how they're not doing what they normally do in trials. You're talking about the body. You know, what time did the body arrive? Who processed the body? They're using his name. That the jurors are going to respond to that. Nighthawk with the $5. I'm crying. I think a lot of people are. I got that. That box got me.
The FBI lab, is it submitted under a particular FBI case number?
It is.
Was that done in this case with all the items that you discussed?
Yes.
What was that FBI case number?
7C-AT-3665337.
Say that last one again.
3665337. The Quentin Simon case.
I just asked me how you, I expected you to have to refer to your notes. How is it that you remember that? Tell your note.
We saw it a lot.
No further questions, Ron.
Mr. Defense Lawyer, I fucking dare you. I dare you, Mr. Defense Lawyer, to get all aggro with her like you have been, all condescending like you have been with her. She will eat you alive. And the jury will crucify you. I dare you, Mr. Defense Lawyer. TST said I can't handle that one today. Nighthawk, thank you for yours. And TST again, this monster should never, ever see the light of day again. She should have no more days in which that's a possibility. I'm a terrible model of Christianity. I like the good old Mosaic eye for an eye shit. Throw this bitch in the back of a garbage truck and compact her slowly. Got no problem doing that. I'm a retribution kind of guy. Thank you so much, Tease T, for the two there. We're three yellows away from Trucking Stream. Yay.
Judge, can we approach for a second?
Yeah, listen in to what they're saying there, lady. I'm doing something real quick here to show you guys something, in case you've never seen one. Yeah. All right. This is again. This is just here as it in case. Wait, what have I done? I've lost my screen. There we go. Take her off the screen here for just a little bit. If you're unfamiliar with a landfill compactor vehicle, the ones that they just all day long, all as they do is drive over the trash in the landfill and try to compact it and smash it down so that they can put more garbage on top of it. And you wonder, why was he scattered out over a large area? Why was he in pieces, like small pieces? Because this is what a landfill compactor looks like. This is a landfill compactor. See those treads? Yeah, that's why he was crushed and in small pieces. This thing had been driving over him for days. For 3 days. Go ahead, put her under one of these. Got no problems with it. Yeah, they push the garbage around with the scoop on the front, and then they just compact it with these massive. These tires, these I guess you call them treads or tires, but they're usually filled with like oil, so they're super, super heavy. And I mean, you can see the driver's seat here, how small it is compared to the tires. These are a good 2 meters tall each. Yeah, so there these are enormous vehicles, and this black railing here, that's a set of stairs that goes up to it. So that's how big this is. These tires are like 2 meters tall. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that with you in case you'd never seen what it was they keep talking about, the treads that were compacting the trash compactor. Let's get back to this. Hear what genius cross-examination is going to come out of this idiot's mouth. I mean, it wouldn't do great wonders for his client's case, but it wouldn't do any damage if he said no cross-examination. All right, come on. Get done with your sidebar. Let's move it along.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, come back. We're going to recess for that period of time. Same instructions, don't discuss the case, don't look up anything about the case, no research. All right, 15 minutes.
All right, we can skip ahead 15 minutes. They went really long this day. There we go. Let's get our cross-examination questions going, shall we? I'm sure these will be enlightening and very, very exculpatory.
Special Agent Solomon, you said you went to Georgia Tech and you got your bachelor's in what again?
Economics, International Affairs, and French.
Okay, so economics, international affairs, and French, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got your master's in what?
Business administration with concentrations in finance and entrepreneurship.
No psychology training or anything like that?
No, not in school.
All right, well, that begs the question then. If not in school, then where?
On the job.
Who the fuck cares, you weasel-ass idiot?
On the job? Okay. And you say on the job, I'm going to assume you mean at the academy, right?
And throughout the job, on the job training or various trainings throughout. I've been with the Bureau for 14 years. So the behavioral analysis unit will give short trainings, lunch and learns, things like that, okay, as well as consults on various cases that I worked on.
Yeah. But you're not in the behavioral analysis unit, are you?
I am not.
Okay. I didn't think so. That kind of threw me for a loop. So let me ask a question with kind of the first thing you talked about. You're talking about Exhibit 10, Image 109. I'm familiar with the conversation that you're talking about as a Mickey Mouse toy. You said that had been there for a minute, correct?
I said it appeared that it had been there a minute.
So, I mean, it did have dust and cobwebs and stuff like that on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also then immediately after that referenced the conversation you had with Miss Simon. But I remember that conversation. I don't remember her saying that it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. And I don't remember her saying it was his favorite toy either. So what was the relevance of the Mickey Mouse picture you showed us?
I had not spoken to Miss Simon yet when I found the Mickey Mouse toy. I knew it from other investigators that she had stated that she had been missing with his favorite Mickey Mouse toy. So the first Mickey Mouse toy and the only Mickey Mouse toy that I saw, I noted.
Right, but that wasn't what she said. That was what you embellished, correct?
Objection, argumentative. And badgering as well.
Okay. He does have her on cross-examination. Mr. Hilliard.
I'll rephrase it and break it down if it'll make it better. So,
Oh, you condescending
testimony
fuck.
That was his favorite toy, and it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. But that wasn't what she stated. That was what you stated, correct?
I didn't state that toy in the image was his favorite toy. I stated that she said he was missing with his favorite toy, which was a Mickey Mouse toy.
Well, then that begs the question then, because what was the relevance of that picture? That wasn't his.
What's the relevance of your fucking question? Oh, there was an irrelevant picture of Mickey Mouse, so she didn't crush him in a dumpster and throw his fucking corpse into a landfill? Is that what we're supposed to gain from this question? She didn't go through any formal training, so she couldn't identify a child's skull in the backseat of her goddamn car?
His favorite Mickey Mouse toy, and it wasn't a racing Mickey Mouse, and that toy had been there in the garage for a minute. What was the relevance of that picture? None. I'll move on. Thank you.
Objection.
Oh, you asshole. No, you can't go none. I'll move on. Counsel is testifying. Counsel is badgering. Come on. That is a bullshit line of questioning there. And it's not that she didn't have an answer. She is obviously trying to curb her tongue.
Watch for a minute.
Oh.
What was the relevance of that picture?
The way she should diplomatically handle is that I didn't put it into evidence. I'm not here to comment about the relevancy of pictures. Tease T, what do you got to say? Tease T dropping the 10. This attorney needs to join his client in the landfill under the compactor. He's just being a complete ass. He is. He's the kind of lawyer that gives all of us a bad name. Shame on him. She is entitled to a vigorous defense. She's entitled to have someone advocate aggressively for her. But there are ways of doing it, and there are ways not to do it. And this is clearly the way not to do it. If I was her, if I was LEILANI Simon, I would be pissed at him for doing it this way. I would be enraged because clearly he's making some stupid ass comments. He's making a pointless cross-examination, and he's making the jury hate me more than they already do. Good God. All right, let's see how this plays out.
None. I'll move on. Thank you.
Objection. The witness should be permitted to answer.
Thank you.
On October 5th, we had known this family and the circumstances for only a matter of hours. So every single detail that was presented to us, we pursued and we followed and we looked to give context to. So if we were told that a favorite toy was a Mickey Mouse toy, we looked for a Mickey Mouse toy to see if there was any truth to the statement. And I was able to provide that image to various people in Quentin's family to see if they recognized that toy or any other Mickey Mouse toy as one that Quentin preferred.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone say that was his favorite toy?
They said no Mickey Mouse toy was his favorite toy.
Correct. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, you stated that had been there. Well, it had been there for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Okay. So not the first time we've heard about this Mickey Mouse toy. Okay. So my point is on October 5th, when this whole thing started, okay, you didn't know the relevance or importance of the Mickey Mouse.
Jesus fucking Christ, move on, you dipshit. Does he, honest to God, want the jury to go, oh, that might not have been his favorite toy he was missing with, so therefore she's innocent and didn't do this? Dude, you are just making a jackass of yourself. Have you no pride or shame? Good God, I hate this guy.
Mouse toy, correct?
I did when I had that photo taken. The relevance was that he was reported missing with his favorite toy. There were hundreds of toys in that house, and that is the only Mickey Mouse toy that stood out.
I would say there were probably 1,000 toys in there.
Stop testifying. Objection.
I think that's a fair assessment.
I agree.
Okay. But my point is that was 2 years ago. Here we are 2 years later. Okay. And you've had a chance to review all that. So my point is while on October 5th of 2022, that may have seemed relevant to you or important to you, and I can understand that. Here we are 2 years later, and you know that it's of no importance. And yet
she didn't enter it into evidence, you butt munch. You dumbass. She didn't enter it into evidence. The defense lawyer did. She was just asked what the picture was. It wasn't her decision to put it into evidence, you fuckwit. God damn it, I hate this guy. And I'm normally the pro-defense guy. I'm normally in support of them representing their clients in the way they do, but not this guy. Been there, done that, says one. Been there, done that. You were actually incorrect. You thought there was only one left, but you, been there, done that, were the one that got us there because for some reason the first one that came in didn't count on the counter. So you, been there, done that, are yellow number 15. And because of you, we now have a truck driving stream coming up in 10 and a half hours from now. Starting 8 p.m. Eastern, it will be Truck Drive-a-thon. I've invited Flux. Flux says she will be there. I've invited Hayden. We don't know if Hayden will be able to attend or not. Aussie Overlord sent a message out to Megan. Haven't heard from her yet, but we'll have some people trucking with us. We will have a no horrific testimony, law of the highway, chill trucking stream because of you guys. Thank you, been there, done that, for putting us over the edge. And Kim Dodds with $10, exactly, Legal Vices. I don't know why this piece of shit defense lawyer thinks his attitude towards the witness is going to help his client, piece of shit, just like Leilani. Cannot agree with you more. Been there, done that, too. Thank you, been there, done that. Because, as Hey Joe says, goals matter. Yes, because goals matter. Thank you very much. Eastbound and down. Oh, would it be too irreverent? Would it be too irreverent if I did? Yeah. All right, but we'll do it anyway. This is just a little because John Gordon called it.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done?
That will be 10 and a half hours from now. And Lil Virtuoso, the defense attorney, probably does not like his client, so he's probably making himself and Leilani look stupid on purpose. No lawyer would do that. Absolutely not. No lawyer is gonna make himself look bad, especially when that would get him. I mean, if he was trying to lose this on purpose, I mean, that would cost him his license. Nobody's going to risk their license over this piece of shit of a human being. He genuinely thinks he's being awesome and cool, and I hate him for it. And I honestly hope that's the case. Nope, he's just really retarded. Yes, he's exactly retarded. Hard retarded. Yes. I don't like this guy. He's just a mark on our profession, just a stain on the profession. Ugh. All right, let's get through this stupidness before I have a stroke.
you still harp.
But again, join Flux, myself, possibly Hayden, and possibly Megan for some truck driving.
Why is that?
Objection.
To you, and I can understand that. Here we are 2 years later, and you know that it's of no importance, and yet you still harp on that. Why is that?
Objection, argumentative, also just not a question for all the words.
Sustain.
Judge is
I
getting
will
upset
move
now.
forward then. You also talked about the appropriate level of emotionality. What is the appropriate level of emotionality? Who trained you as to what the appropriate level is?
I didn't state appropriate. I cannot judge appropriate. I can only state what I observed.
But that's not true. You have judged appropriate, and you stated it several times on direct from Mr. Dean, did you not?
Did I say appropriate?
Well, the appropriate level of emotionality. You said that I'm trying to look at the exact words was.
Say the exact words, dumbass. Don't make up shit and ask her why she said the made up shit.
Emotional, I guess, or not showing enough emotion. That seems to be the two things we're getting with her. So with regard to Ms. Simon, she either shows too much emotion or she shows not the appropriate level of emotion. What's the appropriate level of emotion?
When I use those comparisons, it's within the bell curve of my observations across other people in similar circumstances, other people at different baselines that I've observed. And she was generally at one extreme or the other of my experience in dealing with people.
I told you if you cross-examined her like this, she would eat you for lunch, and she is doing that. She is keeping her calm, even though it's obviously hard for her to curb her tongue. She's keeping calm, and she is making you look like a damn fool.
Okay. And let's talk about your first time meeting Miss Simon was October 5th, correct?
Yes.
You had never met her before that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't know her before that day, correct?
Correct.
And you drew your conclusions based on that day, correct?
No.
Really? So you didn't decide that she wasn't being truthful or she wasn't showing the appropriate emotion on October 5th of 2022?
I didn't speak to her about anything substantive on October 5th.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I'll move on. How about October 7th, or was it? Or 8th? Which was it?
I didn't speak to her on either of those days.
October 12th.
I did.
Okay. You made one by then, correct? And that was 1 week later.
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to her between October 5th and October 12th?
Yes.
On the phone, in person?
Both, or definitely in person and text. Sometimes when I would talk to her mom on the phone, she would be there, but not directly on the phone.
So again, it comes back to having had a week's worth of it. What would be the appropriate level of emotion to satisfy you at that point in time on October 12th?
There's no answer to that.
Exactly. So you spoke to
Exactly.
Mr. Youngkin, correct?
Yes.
And same question for him. You'd never met him on October 5th, had you?
Correct.
And you didn't know anything about him on October 5th, did you?
Correct.
Okay. But you came to the conclusion that he showed the appropriate emotional level, correct?
I didn't say appropriate.
Okay. Well, then what did you say then?
You tell her, no. What did you say? That's not a valid question, you idiot. You should say what she said and challenge her on it. She already said what she said.
I said he was exhausted and forthcoming, but minimized certain items. I believe that was my testimony.
And I believe you did speak with him on October 5th, correct?
5th, yes.
And he was angry and tired and upset as the interview wore on, was he not?
He was frustrated at the 11 p.m.
Well, in your mind, is frustrated the same thing as angry?
No.
What's the difference?
Frustrated can be exasperation towards a specific situation, but not directed towards a person.
Okay. So then what's your definition of angry then?
Negative emotion towards a person.
So angry means towards a person and frustrated means towards a situation.
They're not the same emotion.
Okay. So can you be angry without being frustrated?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated without being angry?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated or angry without being violent?
Yes.
So it is possible then.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also talked to Mr. Dean about a tattoo. Is it uncommon for parents to get tattoos of their children?
No.
Okay. So there's nothing unusual about that. Parents do it all the time, correct?
Correct.
And this was a statement that was made, was it on October 12th?
On the 5th and the 12th.
The 5th and the 12th. And was it made on video, audio? Where was it made?
The 12th was made on video and audio.
So on the 12th, she talked about the tattoo on video?
Yes.
Okay. Not outside smoking.
That was on the 5th.
Okay. And do you ever recall Danny ever saying, I'm assuming since you were in charge of the hotel audio and video, you've watched most, if not all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever recall Danny saying, I'm just trying to save my own ass in one of their arguments?
I don't remember that verbatim, but yes,
He said something.
he would have said something to that effect. Yes.
Right. Okay. And was it really his idea, or was it just part of the natural suggestion in the conversation you had with him? I mean, you were already going that way anyway in the conversation, weren't you?
The hotel had already been addressed as far as just giving them a place away from the hubbub of the house. But he did jump ahead of what we were talking about to ask if we were going to wire it up.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's not like you weren't already suggesting in that direction to begin with, were you? He kind of already knew what was coming.
I don't know what he knew at the time he addressed that.
Okay. Well, who offered did he ask to be put up in a hotel?
I believe our victim services offered that.
So you offered to LEILANI to put him up in a hotel, or you offered to Danny to put him up in a hotel?
I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation.
But it was offered.
It was offered.
And they accepted, or Danny accepted?
I don't know who accepted.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You had mentioned something to Mr. Dean on direct examination a minute ago. You had said that you pretty much had told LEILANI on October 8th that you suspected that Quentin was dead. Is that a fair statement?
I had not. I didn't speak to LEILANI on October 8th.
Well, I didn't say you did. I said you had intimated as early as October 8th that y'all suspected that Quentin was dead.
I said as early as October 5th we suspected he was dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong. October 5th then. Okay. So, and that's, again, part of the interrogation techniques would be confronting people with your beliefs or your opinion or your ideas of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And inconsistencies, which you've done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all pretty much stated that from October 5th forward that that's what you believed. And I'm seeing the videos ad nauseum. And that was what you and Agent Snyder and Detective Lemons and basically anyone who did any interviews with Miss Simon suggested to her, correct? That they believed that she had done something to her child or to come clean about it, correct?
For the most part.
Right. So I'm a little curious because when Mr. Dean asked you a minute ago about her reaction sometime later when you said that you believed Quentin to be dead in the landfill, you made a big deal about her lack of emotion, but she'd been facing questioning from y'all for quite a while, correct?
Objection, argumentative, in particular the native view portion of the question.
Mr. Hilliard,
I'll
your
break
phrase.
it down and do it one question at a time. So you questioned her many times. You made correct from October 5th on.
The team.
Not just you, the whole team, correct?
Yes.
So we have a bunch of questionings, a bunch of interviews, a bunch of statements made by you and the entire team that you all believe Quentin's dead somewhere, right?
I don't think we said dead until the 12th.
Okay. And she's the focus of it completely for
Yes.
this entire week, right?
She was the only one that had lied to us, and that is why.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But from October 5th to October 12th, that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
And then a minute ago, when Mr. Dean asked you, you said that, oh, she didn't react surprised when we said it, that we believe Quentin was dead. Well, you've been questioning her for a week, right? Do you think the emotion may have worn off by then?
It hadn't worn off on the other 5 people I told that day.
Okay. And everyone's the same though, right?
If you're asking for a basis of comparison for why her reaction stood out in my mind versus the others, that is why.
Okay. And let's talk about that then. How often did you question, or your team questioned, Paul Simon? How many times in that same period of time?
He had been interviewed at least 3 times and had interacted with us on numerous occasions.
All right. So at least 3 interviews. How about Danny?
He had been interviewed at least 4 times, to my knowledge, and was in regular communication.
Okay. And he also helped you set up the wiretap and the hotel in the same time frame.
After his 3rd interview, yes.
Right. And how many times did you talk into Miss Simon, your team, in that same time frame?
Numerous times on the 5th. I'm not sure how many times that was.
Gotta say,
Once on the 8th.
I don't give a shit.
In person, non-substantive on the 10th.
Does nothing
And
for
then
your
the-
client.
So again, a number of times, especially on the 5th, correct?
Yes.
So you don't think that any emotional shock may have worn off after all of that?
I have never seen a parent not be shocked when their child was dead.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you this.
He said, let me ask you this. I've got you now. I've got you right where I want you. I want to hear this, but Feist. Bernice Conklin said, my daughter's birthday is October 5th. So now I'm always going to think of this case. Yeah, they found the body on my son's birthday. So Brummy Nan of 2 with the 10 pounds. All I can say is WTF. How will this crap help his client? It won't. It won't. It'll hurt it. It's making it worse. It's making it worse. Marcia Noka says, what are you smoking? Again, it's the Liga Privada number 9 Corona Double today. Liga Privada is my good long weekend relaxing smoke. And I've just noticed that these super chat notices have gotten bigger, a lot bigger than they normally are. So, all right, let's hear what this amazing got you now question from the defense lawyer. You did what I want you. Let's see how stupid this is going to be.
I have never seen a parent not be shocked when their child was dead.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you this. You'd already made your mind up on October 5th. The team had, at least, correct?
We had our suspicions. We had not made up our mind. We were pursuing all avenues.
Now, you talked about Mr. Dean played this.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's the phone conversation where she says cocaine makes her angry and impulsive.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But angry and impulsive does not mean violent, does it?
We didn't suggest that.
Well, now,
what kind of answer? What kind of retort is that, counselor? Doesn't necessarily mean violence, does it? Didn't say she was violent. What the hell kind of retort was that? Come on. I need to put that on my soundboard. That needs to be a sound. That was it. That was the big conclusion of this. Aha! It doesn't mean he's violent, does it? Doesn't mean she's violent. Didn't say she was. Look at his face when he says it too.
Angry and impulsive.
Yes.
Okay. But angry and impulsive does not mean violent, does it?
We didn't suggest that.
No.
Well,
Now,
got me there, I guess. Guess I'll just shut the fuck up and ask the next question then.
with regard to your involvement of taking the remains to the lab, you took it from here to Macon, then to Atlanta, and then by plane to Virginia, correct?
Was the path, yes. My leg was to Macon.
Right. And you spoke with, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but
that's all you've been trying to do with her. That's the only thing you've been trying to do with her since your very first fucking question is trying to put words in her mouth. I'm going to take a breath. How in what multiverse, in what world of the multiverse has he not been trying to put words in her mouth since the first question he asked her? That's all she's done this entire time she's been on the stand, to say, I didn't say that, or we never said that, or this was never said. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Oh my God, we're never going to get through this testimony because this mother effer won't let me. He won't let me not comment. Oh my Lord. Jill M's, what do you got to say for Aussie $10? I was 15 when I was told my sister had died. She was 20. I still cry more today than this bitch has in court. Because she's a psychopath. And you happen to be a very wonderful, nice, normal human being. I think that's where the difference lies. Or I could just go the defense lawyer route, Jill, and go, meh. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Get out.
You spoke with, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but when was it you spoke with Dana Youngkin yourself?
About what?
Anything.
I spoke with him on October 5th and October 7th and October 8th and 9th. After that, he was no longer in Savannah, and I didn't see him in person for the rest of the investigation. And he mostly spoke with Brad over the phone. So I don't know the individual times I spoke with him over the phone with Brad.
Melly, how's your blood pressure, Jeff? I am ice cold, calm, cool, and collected now. I'm cold as ice. There is ice flowing through my veins right now. I could not be more chill. This asshole, he's not getting under my skin. I'm just calling him out for being a ginormous blue twat waffle.
Well, you know. When did Mr. Youngkin leave to go back to North Carolina?
On around October 9th.
So from October 5th to 9th, he was here, went back to Dunn, North Carolina, October 9th.
By way of Atlanta, I believe.
Oh, now he's going to make the assumption. He's going to make the assertion. He's going to imply that he ran away because he's guilty.
And you said you seized the pack and play and I guess the pillow or sheets or whatever it was that was in the pack and play?
I seized it from Chatham County, who had seized it from the house.
All right. And you forwarded it to
The FBI lab.
Okay. And did you also listen to the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. Did you listen to all of the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. At any point in time on the wiretap, did Ms. Simon say that she had intentionally harmed her child?
No.
Did she ever say she stabbed, shot, strangled, did any of those things to that child?
No.
Okay. And how long was the wiretap in place, if you remember?
Until sometime after November 21st, within a couple of days, we would have taken it down.
So about 6 weeks, give or
Sure.
take.
Correct.
And same thing, you watch or listen to all of the hotel audio and video. Same question. Did she ever say that she harmed her child?
Deep breaths.
There was question of the definition of the word harm.
Well, I'll break it down then for you.
I meant for her was why, as far as spanking, that kind of thing, versus the other items that you just listed.
Well, let's talk about strangling. Did she say she strangled her kid?
No.
Shot her kid? Stabbed her kid?
No.
Hit her kid, yes.
And this was, and you've watched them all, and I'm not going to go through them all, but they were a lot of heated exchanges between her and Danny in that hotel room, were there not?
There were.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Yeah, you really got her there, didn't you? She even even Leilani's like, what the fuck was that? Dude, are you trying to crucify me? Yeah, that was your big gotcha. That was your big aha. Now they're gonna find my client not guilty. Cross-examination, bud. Now look, we're just about ready to start day 7. This is a 9-day trial. I'm gathering the defense ain't going to put on much, if any, of a defense. So with all these insinuations, all these attempts to play gotcha, he ain't going to, again, of course, he doesn't have to put on a defense at all. But I would say at this point, sir, you must put on a defense because there can't be a single juror right now that still thinks she didn't do it. I'm guessing he's not going to put on a great grand defense.
Can you redirect?
Hey, Sebastian Muller, what's up? She's got Mike Tyson neck. Yeah, she's starving in prison, isn't she? He's like, dude,
I'd like to play.
let me give you some of my popcorn. It'll make you feel better.
Short video clip here and see what.
All right, I've been watching this guy from day one. This is the first time, I just have to say, that tie has no business being worn in public. That is not a good tie, sir. Your other bow ties have been spot on. No, not this one. Not this one at all.
You can tell us what this is. Okay. All right.
He has resting
First of all,
Redenbacher
looking at the
face.
first frame of this video, do you recognize the date, place, and event?
Yes, this is October 12th.
And he's got a
at the
weird
FBI
radar
office,
dish ear.
Interview of Miss Simon.
This is a 36-second video clip from that interview, Your Honor. I have not
Wait,
marked
did
this disc yet, but I will mark it as the next exhibited sequence. And I would now offer this clip into evidence as state's exhibit. What is it going to be? 93? 93.
Any objection?
I have to see it first.
Do you need an opportunity to see it?
36 seconds.
Man, we might go a long time. This cigar is going slow. All right, let's.
Objection. All right.
All right, here we go.
Exhibit 93 is admitted without objection.
Play that now.
Oh, back to this awesome video. Okay. All right. I'm that just reminded me of something. Him bringing up this little display here with the select playback HDMI Intel. That just reminded me of the joke. What did Master Yoda say when he watched the remaster of the Star Wars movies? HDMI. Sorry, let's go. Sorry. Bad Larex. Sorry, not sorry.
Can the board hear that as it's playing from the laptop speaker?
It needs to be a little louder though.
We'll peg the laptop speakers here, so we want them here. I'm not trying to prolong this. There we go.
I've been thinking a lot about your tattoo though. I mean, because what happens when you go down?
Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do because all of this, and then I'm going to take all of this and stick it over there and a compass and some stars and trees and stuff. And that's going to put like a square. Let's go there and we're all the numbers right here. And then just some way to go with something else. People are wondering, this is what
Can you tell us more or less what she was saying there?
No, I didn't understand it.
She was describing the tattoo I brought up was the Hawaiian symbol I was talking about earlier, and then she was describing her intentions for a more elaborate tattoo for the future for Quentin.
And what was she saying she wanted to be in it? I heard something about compasses maybe.
And water because he likes to swim.
And you're saying that's something that she had talked to you about as early as October 5th?
Yes.
And I think you noted that earlier as something that you found a little unusual, right?
Yes.
Did it sound to you like she was describing like an in memoriam tattoo?
Objection, I call for speculation.
To rephrase your question?
Are you familiar with in memoriam tattoos?
I am.
People will get with like a date of death and date of birth and so forth.
Yes.
Did it sound to you like that's the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes.
Calls for speculation.
No, it doesn't really call for speculation. She used the term, I am getting what she said, a tattoo in honor of my son. In honor of someone is not something you would normally say if they're living. You would say, I'm going to get a tattoo of my son.
Oh.
So I just asked the question again for clarity of the record. Did it sound to you like that is the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes, because the other two children weren't mentioned in that conversation.
No further questions.
Any recalls? Okay. And is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
Yeah.
There you are.
All right, thank you. You are excused, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I believe this is a good breaking point. Unless y'all want to spend another hour or two.
Please, let's do.
Anyway, I think this is a good breaking point. We're going to get started tomorrow morning. We're going to get started at 9:30. We're going to get started at 9:30, a little bit earlier. So I'm going to instruct you.
See if we have anything to talk about with the
not
lawyers.
to talk about the case.
Nope.
not to do any research on.
All right, that is the end of day 6. We're going to start with day 7 here in just a quick moment. Let's bring up day 7, shall we? Day 7, boom, and biggin. All right, we are ready to go with day 7. But before we do that, just a little bit of a grift here for a quick second. Not really a grift, just an information session. Take a little break, pretend we had a good night's sleep and we're coming back for more. Let's make sure I don't have anything to read here first real quick. I think we got everything. Adara the Wholesome. Those ears can hear a guilty verdict in the future. Well, his one ear is okay, but his other ear is kind of like radar dishy. So maybe you can like hear it at least into, I guess tomorrow's still the future. Thank you so much for that. All right, a little bit of a breather here. Again, just take a couple of minutes. While I'm doing that, please do me a big old favor and reach down there and hit that like button. We got 343 people here watching concurrently, 220 likes. Our like and subscribe poll says, are we going to hit the stretch goal of 15 yellows or higher? We blew that out of the damn water. We can end the poll here right now, but I'm going to leave it up just to remind you to like and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, I would just be super honored and thrilled if you would do so. And if you have subscribed, please double check just to make sure you still are, because you can be unsubscribed for no reason at a moment's notice. Also, real quickly here, tomorrow, because we hit the stretch goal, just about 10 hours from now, we'll be starting a trucking stream, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'll go as long as I can. And probably I might do a Lego stream on Sunday because I got nothing else better to do. And then we'll get through this. Hopefully, we got about another week and a half of this, and then we'll be done. Then we'll watch some police cam videos. Then we'll start in with the Laura Owens tonsil twins stuff. That's what's coming up in the near future here. As I've said, there will be no F-It Friday stream this month. Probably not even next month, because don't need to be grifting for money when people are feeling tight for Christmas and stuff like that. The end of the year is always a tight thing, so I would feel bad to do that. What else do we need to talk about here, Rook? We've already surpassed the level 2 tier. We haven't hit level 2 for a while. The level 2 is the shot of bad whiskey. We have to do one quick shot of bad whiskey before we get in. Why do we have to do one shot of bad whiskey? For those of you that aren't aware, whenever the first $100 comes in, whether it's super chats, gifted memberships, purchase memberships, combination of both, pen pal, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, however we get it, that's when we unlock the achievement of the emotional support potato pig dogs. We unleash the emotional support potato pig dog cam. We got Yoda here. Strawberry's kind of under the desk, so I can't show her. But a lot of people say I'm holding my dogs behind a PayPal. I said it again, damn it. A lot of people say that I'm holding my dogs behind a paywall. I don't do that. That would be terrible. I would never hold my dogs behind a paywall. It's just an achievement that you unlock. It's my thanks for doing that. But for those of you that think I'm holding my dogs behind a paywall, the second level of achievement is me doing a punishment shot for doing something as horrible as keeping my dog behind a paywall. I do have bad whiskey left, Princess. This is one of the coolest bottles filled with the worst whiskey. It's really, really bad. It is available only in airport duty-free shops in Japan. They make great bookends, but they make horrific whiskey. It's the coolest bottle, worst whiskey. This is the samurai bottle of Nika from the barrel whiskey. See if we can get a close up of this, if it'll focus. Come on, focus. Nope. Why aren't you focused? Ever since I put this teleprompter on, it doesn't autofocus well. I'm going to have to work on that. But anyway, it says Nika whiskey, and it's terrible. Their selling points are superb whiskey aged in wood. Like, what else is going to be aged in concrete? Aged in wood, guaranteed by our own experts. That's how good it is. Their own experts guarantee it. It's really bad. The first time I opened it, I thought it was really terrible. So I thought we would mix it with some Coke, and it just ruined the Coke. This whole setup is about $40. I think it's like $40 from duty free in Japan, which, if you know, Japanese prices are super expensive anyway. Japanese prices are expensive, but this is metal. This sort of armor is metal. It's removable. You can put it on other bottles. This is heavy. You could use this as a weapon. And so already expensive Japanese prices with a solid metal samurai suit. This was probably $30 on top of a screw top bottle of terrible whiskey. This is probably like a $5 whiskey stuffed in a bottle and sold for $40 in an airport duty-free shop. But cheers to the second level of achievement. Thank you, guys, I think. It's so bad. Thanks. For those of you who I've been drinking some wine tonight. This is my 10-year, my Tawny Port aged 10-year. Ooh, that's bad. Thank you so much. All right, that's the end of our midstream. Try that again. That's the end of our midstream grift. Thank you very much. Please hit the like and subscribe button. All right, we're gonna get into whatever is happening on day 7 of the LEILANI Simon trial. 9-day trial. We got 3 days left. We're averaging about 3 days per day, so we should get it done in about before the end of next week. We should be done. Well, before the end of next week. We're gonna say 9 days will be done. All right, there we go. Let's continue. Thank you so much, everybody. Love you guys. You're super awesome, and we'll see you at the end of this stream. We'll talk about tomorrow again, and then we'll call it a good night. But we've probably still got another hour and a half to go because my cigar is nowhere near done, and I promise to stick it out with you until my cigar is done. All of that said, let's put this at 1.25 speed. Turn the closed captions on. 1.25 speed, and let's go. Day 7, LEILANI Simon Moida trial.
All right. Thank you, Williams.
You think I'm pretending? Oh, no, it's bad.
Please have a seat. And good morning. Welcome back. We're going to launch right in. Of course, I have to ask you the question. Has anybody read any news media?
I have the chat so I can see it right here with
watched
me.
any TV shows? Just talk with anyone about the case? Allowed anyone to talk with you about the case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, I will tack the sentencing
All right,
hearing
and with
onto the
that,
last
then,
day.
We are going to begin. I'll turn to the state.
State calls Joe Matz.
Jill Matz. Who is Jill Matz? All right, we need to update our banner for Jill. Stop. Hide. Change day 6 to day 7. Who is Jill Matz? Oh, Joe Matz. At least I hope it's not Jill Matz. That'd be weird.
The evidence you take in court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Step this way, please.
Oh, this is the division manager from the garbage company. It says division manager for Waste Pro. Joe Matz. All right.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Joe Matz. I'm the division manager for Waste Pro.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
It is M-A-T-Z.
What is Waste Pro?
Waste Pro is a solid waste hauling company. We pick up trash, basically.
And you said you're a division manager or the division manager?
The division manager.
Which division?
My division is located in South Carolina, but we oversee parts of Georgia.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Specifically Savannah and the surrounding areas.
And so where do you work on a day-to-day basis? Where's your office?
It's in Hardyville, South Carolina.
And you mentioned that you all service the Savannah area.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that works. What is involved in being a solid waste hauling company? I think you said.
Yeah, so obviously we have trash trucks that go out into the community on a daily basis from a residential aspect, from a commercial aspect, and then from a construction aspect. So we collect garbage at different, for example, residential homes, commercial businesses, and then construction sites.
What kind of different trucks do you all run?
So we have rear loaders, which are residential trucks where men are on the back of the truck. We have trucks called ASLs, which they're automated side loaders, which the arm comes out and picks up the trash. Then we have commercial trucks that basically go behind 7-Elevens. They pick up the bin, dump the bin, put the bin back down, and go away. And then
Why do you think that's a hairpiece? Hey, Joe.
Sites, they're long boxes that we pick up and take to the landfill.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the days following October 5th, 2022. At some point, you were contacted by Randall Noble of the Chatham County Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Prior to being contacted by him, had you heard anything of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
No, sir.
Okay, so Randall Noble was the first you heard of this.
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could identify which Waste Pro truck had serviced the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in Savannah on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to tell him that information?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
So every day, the drivers are assigned route sheets. And so we go into our database, look up Azalea Mobile Home Park, for example. It will tell us what driver, what route he is on that day.
And did Detective Noble also ask you whether you could tell him where that truck had gone after servicing the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to tell him that?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to tell him that?
Our trucks are equipped with GPS system. So basically, any stop that they go to, we have what's called these little breadcrumbs from the GPS. So breadcrumb will, once we identify the truck, it will show us where the truck is at a specific time and then where it goes throughout the whole day.
Now, if you can do this from memory, I'll ask you. If not, we can just get right into the documents. Do you remember what truck it was that had serviced those dumpsters that morning?
Yes, sir.
What truck was it?
It was 3909.
And who was the driver of that truck?
The driver is Tawan Lee.
Twan Lee?
Yes.
TWAN?
Yes, sir.
What type?
His name was Taekwon Leap. Oh, that's an old reference. If any of you are old enough to catch the Taekwon Leap reference, boot to the head.
Truck was it that serviced those dumpsters?
It's a commercial truck.
By which you mean, you described the various types earlier. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the commercial trucks, again, they're the ones that pick up the smaller containers. The truck will dump it. At that time, once the truck services the equipment, the container gets put back in place. The driver will then compact the load, smashing its contents, and then moving forward to the next stop, or in this particular case, the landfill.
When you were describing how this particular truck works, you sort of extended your arms out in front of you. Are you referring to the front loading type that slides arms into the slots on the side of the dumpster and then lifts it up and back?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a compactor in the truck. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so all trash trucks have compactors in them, whether residential or commercial. The reason for the compaction is obviously that from a productivity standpoint, we want to pick up as many stops as we can. So the trucks are operated through hydraulics. And once the trash is in the body of the truck, the compactor is pushed, and then it pushes back and just condenses the load so that we're able to maximize the load.
Can you tell us anything about how powerful the compactor might have been in truck 3909? I understand you're a division manager, not an engineer, but I wonder if you know.
Well, the compaction ratio, quite honestly, I couldn't give you 120 pounds per square, foot or whatever per pressure, but it will smash everything in the unit, including wood, glass, whatever's in there will be smashed.
Okay. You've talked about being able to tell Detective Noble that it was truck 3909. It was driven by Twan Lee, and being able to tell him where that truck then went after servicing those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th at Azalea. I don't know whether I've asked you this. Where did that truck go after that?
It went to the landfill.
Which landfill would that be?
Superior landfill.
Is that the one off Little Neck Road?
It is the one off Little Neck Road.
Okay. And what did it do there? Perhaps it's obvious, but I'll ask you.
Yeah. So when the trucks arrive at the landfill, they're scaled going in for the weight. And then as they go up to the landfill, they'll go up to the face of the landfill. They're directed to dump their load in a particular spot. Once that truck is empty, it'll go back down. It's weighed out. We receive a ticket for the time and also how many tons were on that particular load.
Okay. And they get that by, I guess, subtracting the known weight of the truck from the weight of the truck and then enter it with all the trash or something?
Correct.
Were you able to provide Detective Noble with any documentation of these things that you've been talking about, the route sheet and GPS printout and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 65?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
So this is his daily route sheet that he fills out prior to the start of the day and then at the end of the day.
Now, are these records that are created in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's why you were able to produce it for Detective Noble.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 65.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 66?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
So that's our GPS tracking system with the breadcrumbs on it.
Is that also a document that's created and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish these exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Can you see the screen all right from where you're at?
Pretty much.
I don't know whether that was better for you.
I can see that.
Do you mind, if you prefer to stay seated, let me know, but would you mind just stepping down and kind of walking us through these different entries on here and what they mean?
Sure. So again, this is just says that this is Route 405, indicating that that's Taiwan Lee's.
Bye, Franz. This is
Wednesday
Georgia.
route. Worker is Taiwan Lee here. Role as a driver. Punch-in time is 1:33 a.m. in the morning. You start really early. We also note what time you left the yard. It's 1:45.
Is WP yard there? What does WPYD mean?
Waste pro yard.
All right. Yeah, just like where the trucks sit when they're not being used.
It's the facility, yes.
Okay.
And then this is what time he arrives back at the facility. And then this is his punch-out time.
Okay. Let me move down and see what the next thing we want to talk about is, okay? In this box here, these first two entries here where it says destination sub, does that refer to Superior Landfill?
It does.
Can you walk us through these two lines here?
Yeah, so again, it just pretty much tells what vehicle it is for the day, tells what kind of truck it is. The destination, obviously, Superior Landfill. If we were to go to any other landfill, it would be marked as such. The date, obviously, the material is commercial, not residential, like I spoke before. These are just the weights of the truck, the tonnage that was on the truck. And then these are arrival times that the fill.
So how many times did this truck go to Superior Landfill that day?
So he went twice.
And what were the two times for those stops?
So the 6:25 in the morning, left at 6:35, and then here at Superior at 10:12 and then 10:32.
Can we take from that simply that part of the way through his list of stops, the truck was full and needed to be emptied or something along those lines?
Right, correct. So he starts early in the morning.
Okay.
So by the time the landfill is open, he's full. So that explains the first one. The second one is we don't want to start off the following day with a loaded truck. So he may not go back with as many tons. And exactly in this particular case, he only had 4.37 tons on, but the truck needed to be emptied that day.
I see. Now, starting on top of page 2 here, is this just the list of places that he was servicing that day?
That is correct.
And are these in order from first to last?
Yes.
I'd like to scroll down to the last entry.
Now, for all of you making fun of him
What is the last entry?
for being a
reflect on
waste
this
management
route sheet?
manager, just remember, so was Tony Soprano.
In the this column quantity there, what does that refer to?
That refers to the number of containers that are at a stop.
All right, so what does that 5 mean?
He's a landfill
That means that there
manager.
were
He's
5
outside all day.
Separate individual containers.
And that he serviced them all?
Yes.
Jill, I'm sorry, not sorry. Why does his face look like loose for skin?
Now, moving to
because he's out in the sun all day.
States Exhibit 66.
I guess.
It's maybe a little hard to make out. At least it is for me from here. But can you just walk us through what this is?
Again, these are just basically the GPS system tracking the truck. So you can see where he's at his last stop, and then the breadcrumbs will just follow down to the landfill, and it tracks it over to the landfill.
Okay, so he's at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
I like that their GPS program is called Breadcrumbs.
5 or so, and then is it the
love
landfill sometime shortly thereafter?
Correct.
Just leaves a
And at
trail
that
of
point,
breadcrumbs.
If Quentin
All
Simon
Hansel
is
and
dumpster,
Gretel like.
Safety and calls for speculation.
I didn't hear.
I'll just wait till I got
Okay.
it. One moment, please.
He's reaching into his utility belt for something.
I have no further questions.
That was quick.
Sure, any cross-examination?
There it is, guys. Thank you.
Well, prepare for some stupid ass cross-examination.
Doing well, sir.
I'm going to ask you, do you still have a copy of States Exhibit 65 in front of you? If you don't, I can provide you a copy.
I do, sir.
I was curious. There's a handwritten note on the top of that says 10-5, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And down in the body next to the destination, but before the material in the middle of the page, it says July 6th, 2022. Well, what's the discrepancy here?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know what the 10.5 would be. I just know what the 10.6 would be.
All right. And okay, can I approach for a second?
Sure.
Sure. Can you show me the 10.6 that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
On the second page.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. So which 10.6 are you referring to? I see a 7.6, but I don't see a 10.6 here.
It must have been a misprint.
All right. Is it safe to say that these are accurate records for July 6th of 2022 based on everything except for the handwritten note at the top?
No, what this could have been is when typically they put this into the system. So the Wednesday generation would be 7/6, but the actual date that they're operating off of, because the route sheets don't change. So when you put them in, they pretty much stay in the system. So this would tell me that this was entered in on 7/6, but not the route sheet for 7/6.
Well, yeah, but you just testified that this was the route on 10.5, and that's not what your business records say. There's a serious discrepancy, don't you think?
So are you saying that was
I think
not
there's a
his body that
discrepancy
was
in
found in the dump? Is that
basically
what you're
the
saying?
date
You
that these were
fucktard?
put into the system, but not the route sheet. This route sheet is particular for that date.
Okay, but not based upon the routing that's on your own records, though, correct?
That would appear so.
So let's go ahead and talk about the actual collection, the route itself, okay? So the route that this particular driver takes, how long has Mr. Lee been working for you at this point in time?
Mr. Lee has been working with us since about March or April of 4/22.
Okay, so March or April of 2022?
Yes.
So about 6 months. Is
Yes,
that a
sir.
fair estimate?
Yes, sir.
And let's just run through State's Exhibit. The route starts at GSU, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
He can count. Good job.
At least 11 pickups on the Georgia Southern campus, correct?
Yes.
And there can be, it looks to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, it looks to me like
Me
they're all
too,
single
Jill Ems.
dumpsters with just one double dumpster pickup, correct?
We're in the same camp.
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the south side of Savannah, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it looks like the next pickup is on Ogeechee Road. Is that correct?
What page are you on?
I'm on the, here, I'm on the page, top of page 3.
Right. Right here.
Yeah. So and just out of curiosity, I mean, are these going in order or is there a set route that would minimize use of gas?
Typically, they're in order, But the driver, depending on what's happening for the day, if there is an accident or some form of obstruction, he may have to veer off, pick up something different, but come right back to the route.
So at least based upon this, starts on the south side at Georgia Southern, goes over to Geechee Road. The next one, it looks like it's and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Herstand Hall, which probably is a SCAD pickup, if I'm not mistaken, downtown, right? On Martin Luther King?
It doesn't indicate whether it's SCAD or not, but I'm assuming that's SCAD, yes.
I don't know either. I'm making that assumption just based on what it looks. But it's like there's 3 pickups there. Then it's Dollar General, Shop and Go, G&H, downtown, York Street, Petter Hall, I'm sorry, an apartment building, SCAD, Shop and Go, Atwell's, downtown, Checkers, a bank. Then it goes out Abercorn. And I assume all of this is happening during the course of the night, correct?
Correct.
So it's a number of stops, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a commercial truck. So again, my understanding is it has 2 of those big things that come out the front. Forks, comes out, goes in, picks up, dumps it in the back, and then sets it down, pulls out, and goes to the next one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right equipment. So there were a number of stops. How many stops are in a normal route?
It varies from day to day. On this particular day, he had a total of 56 stops.
Okay. And it's 72 total containers.
Yes, sir.
And over 500 total yards of trash, correct?
Correct.
And was this encompassing both sets of routes or just his one early route?
Both routes. I mean, both sets of during the loads, if you're speaking load wise.
It's the battle of route versus route between the defense counsel and the witness.
And let's talk about the GPS route and State's Exhibit 66. This is not the entire route. This is not the entire GPS history for the truck for this particular day, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. This is just it looks like a portion of it. And I can't make it out, but I'm going to assume it looks like it's just a portion going down a Geechee Road, then out a Geechee Road, then over to, it looks like the landfill, if I'm not mistaken. Does that seem like a good summation?
That is correct.
Okay. And it doesn't have any of these other routes that I just discussed?
No, sir.
Okay. But you're saying that this does, right?
Yeah, particularly, I mean, he would follow this route.
So there were how many stops on a Geechee Road that you're aware of or near a Geechee Road?
I'm not aware. I mean, I would have to look at his document and study it. I'm not familiar with every stop.
What does how many
every
stops
driver.
are there have to do with
Sure.
whether or not the
And I
kid
assume that every place on the
crushed
Geechee
up,
Road doesn't
torn up
necessarily
body was
y'all.
found in the
That's-
damn
that's correct.
landfill?
There are other waste companies that service those areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with regard to the dump, I assume you're not the only company that uses the dump either, are you?
No, sir.
I assume that, and I'll ask, how many dumps are there in Savannah for commercial waste?
The only one that we use is Superior. So I'm not sure in Savannah if there's any other landfills that some private companies operate.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, are there any other landfills?
In Savannah?
Yes.
No, sir.
So is it safe to say that pretty much all the commercial trash collected by all the different companies go to the same landfill and get deposited in the same place, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right, that was a stupid waste of time. Thank you, counselor.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions, see if we can clarify this date thing, okay? In this block here, where we have notations about when this truck went to the landfill that day, the date typed in here is July 6, 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said something on cross-examination about how that would have been the day that this route sheet was created, but then the route sheets don't change. Can you explain what you mean by that, just to make it as clear as we possibly can?
Yes. So we typically, and when I'm looking at this, what this probably tells me is that there was a reroute that took place. And so whoever was inputting that route, the total in totality on that route, put that into the system that day. But it will spit out every Wednesday the same route sheet that obviously is here.
And then the driver uses that existing route sheet, making notations with like a pen on it on future days, right?
Correct.
And this is the version that Twan Lee used on October 5th.
Correct.
Okay. Let me just draw your attention to one thing in particular. In other words, well, let me ask you this. How many blanks does this route sheet have for stops at the landfill? I mean, not how many notations, but how many blanks are there?
For this particular here?
Yeah.
Well, typically the drivers only pick up 2 loads. Very rarely that they would pick up 3, but there would be obviously room for 1 more if he took a load to the landfill.
Okay. And in terms of when this route sheet says that he got to the landfill for the second time, what does it say there on October 5th?
It says that he got there at 10:12.
Now, going to state 66, if we compare that to the GPS printout from October 5th, what does that say?
It says 10:12.
All right, so those are in alignment, right?
Yes.
And this is the route sheet that was used on October 5th of 2022.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
One or two follow-up, Judge. I was just curious, Mr. Max, since Mr. Dean was talking about what's in alignment and what's not. On State's Exhibit 65, oh, sorry, thought I had it turned on. On State's Exhibit 65, I was wondering.
Leilani Snicket in the series of unfortunate
hand marked.
Thank you for the $2
things on it. But you said that you believe that the 7/6 date was input because there was some change to the route. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what that change was?
Well, what I'm assuming is that, so.
No, I mean, what I'm asking is if you particularly know. Do you know if there was a change or not, or are you just speculating?
I would be speculating.
And the same thing here, that whatever you're relying on these records from your computer at your office, okay, I'm going to assume you weren't riding with Mr. Lee that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So all you can do is rely on these records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's any discrepancy or any issue or anything that's not correct in them, then you would be relying on faulty information, correct?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I got. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
Tell me what you know. Why do route sheets get changed?
Oh my God, this is redirect. That's unusual, especially for something as ridiculous.
I mean, Mr. Hilliard got you to say that you would be speculating, but how long have you been in solid waste removal?
Since 19 BC. 1976.
Why does a route sheet get changed?
Typically, a route sheet may change. The route sheet doesn't change. What changes would be what we have an exception list. So, for example, if a stop would come on or come off, it would just be notated in the front of the route sheet.
Okay. In any case, this route sheet is the one that was printed out and used by hand on October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Which is
Kennard Johnson.
Who? Probably gonna be the dump truck driver. No, the dump truck driver wasn't that guy. It's gonna be somebody else. Who is it? What does he do? Who is it? What's his name? Say his name. Oh my, it's a large man. Kennard Johnson, Waste Management. Yeah, this guy's a thug. He looks pretty cool. Waste Management.
The evidence you should give the court and jury and trial position should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
This guy's going to take a grand total of 0 shit from anybody.
All right, good morning.
Don't make me come over this stand at you, counselor.
Morty, could you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Denard Johnson.
Never mind.
And with Waste Management. I've been there.
Never mind.
23 years in the business.
And is Waste Management different from Waste Pro?
That's correct. We're considered WM.
What does WM do?
Mr. Johnson, will you spell your first name and last name?
It's Donnard, Donnard,
Oh.
and last name Johnson, Johnnson.
All right, thank you.
Why'd you do that, Judge? You have to go correct it.
I need to apologize to you for mispronouncing your name for the past 2 years. Okay. What is your position at WM?
I'm the senior district manager for the coastal sites.
And what are your duties in that position?
I run the overall operation, environmental safety, compliance, and also the P&L.
Does that include oversight of landfill operations?
That's correct.
Donnard's
Does
make some
WM
great kebab.
Operate landfills?
Yes, sir.
How many landfills do you oversee in one capacity or another?
3.
And what are they?
1 in Savannah, that's the Superior landfill, and 2 in Ridgeland, South Carolina.
All right. You mentioned that you've been you said you've been with Waste Management for a long, long time, or did you mean in the waste management field there?
So I worked for Waste Management in the early 2000s, and I departed for years and then went back to work.
Can you describe the positions you've held and how you've worked your way up in this industry over the years?
I started out as a heavy equipment operator. Then I worked my way up the rank as a site supervisor, operation manager, and district manager, and then a senior district manager.
And that's the position that you're in today, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in the operation of the Waste Management Superior landfill in Chatham County in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember meeting with me in my office maybe a month or 2 ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you for just kind of the basics of how landfills work?
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't really know anything about landfills. And do you remember referring me to a YouTube video produced by the company you work for, Waste Management?
Yes, sir.
You told me this is like 2 minutes and it'll kind of get you up to speed on landfills generally.
Yes, sir.
Is that because you didn't want to take an hour to walk me through it, or what?
Well, just everybody so you can really understand what a landfill consists of versus what they call a dump.
What's the difference between a landfill and a dump?
Well,
Boosh, you are aware that I am by choice bald, right? See, I shave my dome. This is a lifestyle choice, by the way, people. Except for it's getting to be not a lifestyle choice. It's still a lifestyle choice, but it's getting there. But I am definitely the wrong shade of black to be this dude.
A landfill is just highly engineered operation, and a dump is where you pull the waste off somewhere or in a hole.
Do you think if the jury were to watch that video, it would help them in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sure.
Do you see in front of you a disc labeled as States Exhibit 68?
Yes.
I'd like to open that up and just show you the first frame or two and see if you can tell us what that is. And I'm going to do this on the screen.
No, unfortunately, I'm white as a ghost. I have to put these lights on here to make me look slightly pink.
Finding a suitable site for a
Oh boy,
landfill.
land
I'm
management.
pausing it just 4 seconds. Is this the video that you referred me to?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this disc as States Exhibit 68.
The anatomy of a modern landfill.
I don't have an objection, Judge.
Where's the? It looks like Subway
Finding
sandwiches
a
logo.
suitable site for a landfill can be complex. Landfill operators will work with regulators to be sure the new facility is located in the right place. Some places, like properties near wetlands, will be carefully evaluated for any environmental concerns. Impacts on nearby traffic will be analyzed. The site will also be evaluated to understand the land, groundwater, and surface water in the vicinity. Community feedback is important to consider, and meeting environmental and land use standards are a must. Once the site is approved by the regulator, the first step is to follow.
Why are we watching this?
The second step is to secure the base of the landfill.
Come on, Superman. Why are you making us watch this Subway sandwich thing?
Deposit liner is installed on the base and sides of the landfill. Leachate, a natural occurrence when waste is in contact with water, is collected through a system of drains, pumps, pipes, and hoses that move leachate away from the landfill. The leachate collection system will act as an effective biological filter by removing excess moisture from the bottom of the landfill. A groundwater monitoring system is installed to ensure the landfill does not impact groundwater at the site. The monitoring system acts as an alert in case additional measures may be needed to protect neighboring properties. Groundwater quality is protected at all times. Access to the site is carefully controlled for safety, and waste is screened by appropriateness as required. The landfill is ready to receive waste that has not been recycled. Equipment compacts the waste each day before daily cover, soil, or tarps is placed to avoid potential littering and odor. Gas wells are installed to capture methane generated by the waste. Once full, the landfill is covered with a cover system approved by the regulator. Groundwater continues to be monitored, and methane gas is collected and destroyed or turned into energy or fuel. When the landfill stops accepting waste, regulators will approve its closure
Or
and
cause
monitor its
explosion.
safety for 30 years or as required by the regulators. Then, controls will be put in place to keep the property secure for the future. The property surrounding the closed landfill can be used for commercial or...
Did y'all see the video of that house that exploded the other day? Dude was just like working on the furnace, and it just went boom. It was like caught on the neighbor's ring cam. 2 people died. One dude just like came screaming out of the house on fire. I don't know why the methane gas just reminded me of that. Yeah, always turn off the gas before you start fucking with the furnace.
For industrial use. But commonly, the property is used for green space, suitable for recreation or habitat conservation. We strongly support wildlife habitat conservation at our landfills through our partnership with the Wildlife Habitat Council.
Now, with that little bit of background, let me ask you this: what happens when a solid waste removal truck, a garbage truck, shows up at the landfill with a load, and it's going to deposit that load at the landfill? Can you just walk us through it step by step, from the moment that truck turns in to, and we'll go specifically with Waste Management Superior Landfill in Chatham County. What happens?
So the truck enter the landfill through the main gate, proceed to the scales, which we call the gatehouse. The truck will get weighed in. Their weight will captured, and from there they proceed to the tipping floor, and that's the area they eject the waste and it gets processed.
What happens? Let's go back to the scale. Truck comes in and goes to the scale to get weighed, right? And you're looking for the weight, the combined weight of the truck itself and the garbage on it, right?
That's correct.
Is there ever a circumstance where the truck just gets to bypass the scale initially?
No.
Okay. And then you said it goes to the tipping field, is that right?
Tipping floor.
Tipping floor. What is the tipping floor in some more detail?
That's where the truck goes to eject the load and it gets processed.
And how does a truck eject the load?
Stop saying eject
Depending
the
on the type
load.
of truck,
This is a
front end
serious
loader,
trial.
They have a blade in the back where they push it out from the back. And same with a residential truck. A rolled off trucks, the bed will raise and the doors open and eject the load.
And you said at that point, the trash gets processed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we get into what that means, let me ask you, what happens with the truck from that point? Where does the truck go?
Once the truck ejects its load, it pulls back up out of the way and head back to the front gate.
And what happens at the front gate?
Certain trucks, their weight is stored in the system, so they don't have to weigh back out. They'll just exit the landfill.
What if the truck's weight is not stored in the system?
Then the truck will have to go back to the outbound scale and get weighed out.
And how do you calculate? Well, are trucks or solid waste removal companies charged like by the load?
By the ton, it gets calculated by the computer.
Prostitutes charged by the load too.
Weighted in weight and empty weight.
Okay, so weight of the truck with the trash
Yep.
minus weight of the empty truck gives you the total tonnage.
That's correct.
And you charge based on that.
That's correct.
Okay, so the truck's going at this point, right? At the point that we're at?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go back to the trash at the tipping field and what it means for that trash to get processed. Can you tell us about that? What happens to the trash from there?
So we have a series of bulldozers.
Bulldozers? No!
The compactor.
No, there's no
And
bulldozers
the
here.
compactor has cleat wheels, and that spread the waste and pulverize the waste.
Okay, that's the picture that I showed you earlier with those gigantic pulverizing spikes and studs on the tires. So he's explaining the compactor vehicle that I showed you earlier.
That pushes the waste to the compactor, and the compactor has cleat wheels, and that spread the waste and pulverize the waste.
Is the place that the trash is pushed by the bulldozers, does it have any particular name that you refer to?
Landfill cell.
Tell me about landfill cells.
It's a general area that we put the waste in layers.
And do you use the same cell all the time or no?
Until it's up to the approved height.
And then what happens at that point?
Then it's closed out.
What is that? What does it mean to close out a cell?
Well, no more waste can be deposited in that area because it's at the approved elevation.
What do you do to close it?
No.
We apply dirt, 2 feet of dirt over that area and vegetate it.
What does it mean to vegetate it? You
Plant grass.
Technical terms. I'm going to keep hitting you with what does it mean?
Plant grass.
Okay. At that point, you're done with that cell.
Done with that area. That's
This
correct.
witness is not legal vices. Come on.
Maybe it varies too.
It varies. It could be 10 acres, 12 acres, or 13 acres.
Okay. Now, how long will you use a particular cell for?
It also varies on the tonnage that comes in. More tonnage, then that cell generally gets filled quicker. Less tonnage, it opens a little bit longer. So around 3 years the most.
Okay. And is the landfill big enough that you've allowed for multiple cells and you can kind of
Yes.
maneuver it and
I hate you,
use
Chad.
the place over the course of years?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned the bulldozer pushing the trash into the landfill cell and then it being compacted by, I think you said a compactor with cleated wheels.
Yes. So we use Caterpillar 836 compactors.
What is the importance of compaction in a landfill?
I believe that was the exact vehicle that I showed you, the compactor vehicle that he just said he used. Legal vices, are you jealous of his chin beard? I actually am. Because if mine was curly, that would be awesome. If it was just straight, it would be awesome. But if mine gets any longer than about here, it gets like really wavy and it just looks redonkulous. You kids still say redonkulous? It just looks ridiculous. And Jill M's, they say baldness is caused by too many U-turns under the sheets. Well, there you go. Thanks. Right, let's go.
Why not just
Density, fit more in a small space. We sell airspace, so we have to compact and get good density so we can fit more in that area.
Did you say something about there being regulations about how high you can
That's
have
correct.
trash in a cell? Okay. So is it fair to say that the tighter you can get that stuff compacted, the longer you can use that cell under the governing regulations?
That's correct.
These compactors that you described,
he looks like a
do
cloud.
you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 69?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a waste compactor.
Is it the type that you were describing?
That's correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that machine?
Yes,
And does it accurately capture the weight of that machine?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 69.
No objection.
Lone Star Living with the $5. We take waste our landfill. The compactor is huge. The steel cleats would take out our 1-ton truck. Yeah, they're big. Each one of those tires or treads or whatever you want to call them, like I said, is about 2 meters, about 6 feet tall. They're large.
All right, so this is the first page from the brochure for this machine, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and you said it's called a CAT 836.
Compactor.
All right, in this image, what is this CAT 836?
Nope,
doing?
different model.
Spreading and compacting the waste.
This is an
Is
old
this,
one.
kind of a look at what that process looked like that you were describing?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much these things weigh for this brochure?
Some all depends on the wheel, 123,000 pounds or more.
Okay.
Almost as much as the
How many
witness.
tons that is, because that would require you to do math on the spot. But fair to say they're heavy?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that's kind of the point?
About 60 tons.
You mentioned the rollers, the studded, or I think you said cleated rollers. Is that what you said?
Cleated wheels.
Do we see those in this image?
Yes, sir. Those spikes on the wheels.
Now, are these?
Well, now, had I known they were going to go through this, I wouldn't have wasted 5 minutes of your life going over this with you earlier.
What are these wheels made out of?
Steel.
These are not rubber tires.
No, sir.
Okay. And what does that do to the trash?
It cuts up the trash, breaks it down.
And that's kind of what you're going for, right?
Right.
We heard something in that video about daily cover.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about daily cover? What does that mean?
So daily cover is soil that we have to apply to the waste after our shift is completed.
At the end of the day?
At the end of the day.
Why do you do this?
Because we're regulated to do that, because it helps with odor and wind blowing debris.
How much? So describe the process of applying the daily cover. What does this look like?
So we have a series of ADT trucks that haul the dirt, all the cover soil to the area, and the dozers spread the soil 6 to 8 inches thick.
And this happens every day.
Every day.
And you have to do it under law, right?
Yes, sir. Regulated by the state.
And when is this being done? I guess in the active cell that you're using at that
That's
time?
correct.
Okay. And in the course of doing this daily cover and spreading this 6 to 8 inches of dirt over the cell, is it fair to say that all the trash in that cell is being compacted once again?
That's correct.
What happens with the daily cover the next morning when you'll reopen?
We remove that daily cover.
And does that also require these compactors with the blade on the front?
The dozer will remove the daily cover.
Is that something different from the compactor?
That's correct.
Okay. Are those also pretty heavy?
Yes, between 50 or 60,000 pounds.
Okay. Now, in October of 2022, I think sometime around maybe the 7th or the 8th, did Detective Noble come out to the landfill and make contact with you?
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could tell him anything about Waste Pro Truck 3909 and where it would have deposited its garbage, its trash on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you able to provide him some records about Waste Pro Truck 3909 on that day?
Yes.
And were you able to tell him the general area that the garbage from that truck would have been deposited in the landfill on that day?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you the 2-page document marked as State's Exhibit 67?
Yes.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
So one is the scale ticket that we issue the driver once he come in and weigh in. And the other location is where we place the waste.
Yeah, approach. Right now, I'm just asking you about the 2 pages. Get 67.
Everything smells like diapers and bananas. Oh my God.
These are the scale tickets.
Okay. How many are there?
2.
And are those scale tickets for Waste Pro Truck 3909 from
That's
October
correct.
5th, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. So how many times did that truck come to Waste Management Superior Landfill that day?
2 times.
Are those documents created in the ordinary course of business at Waste Management?
Yes.
And are they stored and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And you were able to produce those for Detective Noble when he asked?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce these as State's Exhibit 67.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, can you see this on the screen here? There's one right next to you.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the contents of this document and what it shows, just kind of starting from the top?
So it shows the company logo and the site name and address, and also shows the customer and the date, the account, and the vehicle number. And it also shows the time that the truck entered the scales.
And what time would that be?
6:24.
All right, so that's when it comes in, right, and gets weighed?
That's when it comes in.
And what does that operator refer to? Is that the truck operator or the scale?
No, that's the scale operator.
All right. Someone named R. Bradley, I suppose?
That's correct.
Okay. What else are we seeing on here?
And the gross weight of the truck, the tear weight, and the net and the tonnage that the truck has on it.
All right, so with the gross weight there at the top be the truck and the trash?
That's correct.
And the tear weight is the
Empty weight.
Weight of the
empty
truck.
And the net then is the total tonnage of the trash. Okay. This is from that truck's early morning 6:25 drop off, right?
That's correct.
Now I see that the in and out times on there say the exact same thing, 6:25:47. Why is that?
That's because the weight is stored in the system, so we were able to print a ticket.
So this is one of those trucks where you had the weight stored that didn't have to stop at the scale empty on the way out?
That's correct.
So it all just kind of happens in one go when it first comes in?
That's correct.
Okay.
Today's lesson is waste management.
What does the driver's signature there say? If you can read it.
It's hard to make out.
Moving down to the second page, we could skip all the stuff at the top. Let me just ask you, this is also for 3909 up here?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the time that this particular load came in on this truck and was weighed?
10:12 a.m.
On October 5th, right?
That's correct.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 75?
That's correct.
Have you looked through that document, sir?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what it is, if you recognize it?
That's the overall landfill footprint.
Okay. Do these images fairly and accurately depict waste management Superior landfill in Chatham County?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 75.
No objection, Your Honor.
While he's moving that into evidence, Boosh McFadden with the $5. The chat loves him.
All right, in
Jeff
this
and Boosh
first
Discord.
image,
What's the
what is
turkey
this
day? What does turkey say after Thanksgiving
major
dinner? No seconds. I'm
road
stuffed.
running along the right side from bottom to top?
That looks like 95.
Okay. And then what is this road?
That's Little Neck Road.
All right, so Little Neck Road is the smaller road going over 95.
Well,
there.
that road
Yes,
was
sir.
certainly not
Can you,
named after this guy or Leilani.
Is this entire area here on the left side of the screen, is that Waste Management Superior landfill?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to slide 2. Do you mind stepping down and walking us through the different areas we're seeing here from right to left, from the entrance, moving over to the left?
This is the entrance. This is the shop area where we take care of the heavy equipment. This area right here is the gatehouse. The scale house is what we call it. And once the truck gets weighed in, it goes up to the working face area. Here's is our waste to energy plant we have on site. And this area here is our tipping floor area.
Okay, now, that tipping floor area, is that the tipping floor area that was being used on October 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
It is. Okay. When Detective Noble, when he came out there and asked you if you could identify where that truck would have tipped its load and where that load would have then been shoved to, you said you were able to do that, right?
Yes.
Did he ask you to do anything for him at that point?
He asked us to stop placing.
Would you like to rephrase the question?
No, you're on. He's going to relay a question that Detective Neville asked him. The question cannot be a statement offered for the truth of that. I mean, the question just can't be hearsay.
Given that, over.
Did Detective Neville ask you to do anything?
Stop placing waste in that area.
Okay. And was he referring to the tipping area or that particular landfill cell that trash was being used for, or what?
The landfill cell.
Okay. And did you do that?
That's correct.
Did that have any impact on y'all's operations?
Yes, it did.
What did y'all have to do at that point?
We had to hire a subcontractor to move our tipping for location, and that was a cost to the company.
Did you have to open up a new landfill cell at that point?
We had an area that still needed some waste, and we're able to relocate to that area.
Okay. From that point forward, did you cease
An old market
depositing trash in the area that you had identified to him?
That's correct.
Can you, on this third slide here, we've zoomed in a little bit. Can you just generally indicate to us where the tipping floor would have been on October 5th, 2022, and where the cell would have been that things are being pushed?
So the tipping floor would have been in this general area.
And that's a dark area
Yeah.
towards the bottom middle.
And the area we were placing waste was on the outside slope.
Okay. Can you tell us on this image like the route that the truck would have taken? And I guess let me ask you this: is the truck going on this very obvious road along the top, or is it going somewhere else?
It would come up through the top.
Okay, so it's coming up the road on the bottom right,
Yep.
tipping in this brownish area, and then this trash is getting shoved to this cell over here, right?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned, I think you mentioned something about a slope or a hill.
Well, it's on the outer slope of the landfill.
This being a two-dimensional image, we can't really see a slope.
No.
What we're looking at here. But can you describe to us where, like, what the slope is, what direction it goes?
Well, it's on the outer side, and we're designed to build 3-to-1 slope, so another steep incline. So you could walk and put tractors on it to mow safely.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that there's, from the center of the image, there's sort of a slope down to this perimeter?
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Were you involved to one degree or another in providing personnel and equipment for the search once law enforcement began the search?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the personnel and equipment that you all provided?
We provided 2 heavy equipment operator and equipment, and also my operation manager and equipment.
And what were they out there doing?
They were removing the waste and loading it, and moving the waste down on the area that they spread it out and search.
And about how long did your people participate in this effort for doing that?
Maybe around 7 days or so.
Did you all have to do this, provide personnel and equipment?
No.
Why did you do it?
Just because of the significance of what happened.
All told, do you have any idea how much money this costs Waste Management to have
Checking your honor relevance.
I don't know.
To shift operations and then divert personnel and equipment to this effort?
Once we shift operation, it costs us between $70,000 and $80,000 to move the operation.
Were you present at Waste Management Superior Landfill the day that the searchers found Quentin?
That's correct. I was in my office.
What do you remember about that day?
My operator called me and said,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sir, we just don't want you to repeat anything that someone else told you, because that would be hearsay.
At some point, did you get a call that caused you to go out there?
yes,
And were you relieved to hear that the search had been successful?
yes.
One moment, please.
Well, this was all very informative and everything. Not sure what it.
No further questions. Your Honor.
Not sure what it moved the needle for the prosecution, but all right.
Mr. Johnson, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir.
My name is Martin Hilliard. Hope you're having a good day.
Well, he was until you started clicking your pen at him. All right, look, that was a pretty unnecessary witness, even for the prosecution. I don't. We say, okay, this is where they dumped the garbage, but we know where he was found, so we can assume that that's where they dumped the garbage. I think that was kind of an unnecessary witness. So whatever this guy's going to ask is even more unnecessary.
I just got some follow-up questions for you. Your exact title at Waste Management is what again?
Senior District Manager.
So, what's the district you're a manager of?
Coastal.
And which goes from where to where?
South Carolina and Georgia.
Okay. And is there 3 landfills in those areas?
2 in South Carolina and 1 in Georgia.
So those are what you manage?
Yes,
sir. Correct, for the company. All right. And just out of curiosity, are there any other landfills in the Savannah area?
They're Republic landfill.
Okay, and where's that located at?
I believe that's close by the airport.
Okay. And that's the only other competitor you have in the area?
That's correct.
And approximately, and we're talking about the Little Neck Road landfill that y'all have, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many trucks come in and go out of there every day?
Some days could be 400 or 500 trucks per day.
Okay. And are there how many different commercial waste companies dump there?
A lot.
Okay. And when I say commercial waste companies, that's what I mean is people who are engaged in picking and removing waste. Can be for
commercial
businesses and
purposes.
private, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have both private businesses? I mean, private, I guess, residential waste removal companies that dump there?
Yes.
Do you have both, I guess, commercial, which would be like businesses?
Yes.
Okay. So you have basically both. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that most of them have similar equipment?
Meaning?
A waste removal truck of some sort?
Well, some comes in a waste removal truck and some is your everyday pickup trucks with a dump trailer.
All right. So you do both, I guess, private?
Yes.
Private dumping as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you charge for that as well?
That's correct.
So it's not just the big companies that come in and do it. Private
That's correct.
citizens come in and do it.
Yes.
Too. And anyone can come in and dump in that facility?
Yes, sir.
And it has both, I guess, residential garbage as well as commercial garbage.
That's correct.
And anytime I'm not stating the accurate, being inaccurate about your business, please correct me, okay? Now let's talk about, I guess it's the, what was it you called the area you're dumping in or dumping waste in?
It's a landfill cell.
A landfill cell. Okay. How many landfill cells do you have operating at one time in the dump?
Just one.
Okay. So with regard to that landfill cell that's operating, any and all trucks that come in there dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the furthest away, if you know, what's the furthest away you have trucks coming in?
Just around the surrounding area.
Okay. So let's say as far away as surrounding counties, maybe?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you're not like you're a private company engaged in the landfill business. So you don't turn people away just because they're from out of county, do you?
We just don't take out of state waste.
Right. So it's whatever waste you got's coming from Georgia, right?
Coming from Georgia. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. So you're using one landfill cell area at a time, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume from what I have heard you testify to, you use this landfill cell area and you said it's 10 to 12 to 13 acres big.
That's correct.
All right. And everything that comes in gets dumped there.
That's correct.
And how long do you use that landfill cell for usually?
It all depends on the volume of the waste coming in. How much waste is coming in, then it will fill up quicker. If the volume decreases, it'll stay. That general area will stay a little bit longer.
In general, how long does it take you to move from one landfill cell to the next?
2 to 3 years.
Okay. So in this particular case, the landfill cell you were using, how long have y'all been using that one?
We've been using that area a little bit over 2 years.
Okay. So at that point in time, it was about a 2-year landfill cell, and you were having 400 to 500 trucks a day from the surrounding area dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any other area you were dumping in the landfill at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and the only other competitor you have in town is Republic near the airport, correct?
That's correct.
And if you don't know, you don't know. Does any private sanitation companies dump there?
Yes.
Okay. Which companies dump there?
So you have Waste Pro, Atlantic Waste, Pro Disposal. So we got quite a bit.
Okay. And when I say, do they dump residential waste as well as commercial waste?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and what's the difference between residential waste versus commercial waste?
Well, one's household garbage, and the other one is construction demolition debris.
Okay. So some of these companies are paid or engaged or contracted to go collect people's household waste, the garbage cans you see along the road, right?
Correct.
Okay. And and you said you know of at least 3 companies that do that in the dumping there, correct?
Yeah, and a lot more.
Okay. We'll just stick with what you know. Let's not speculate, okay? So you know of at least 3 companies. There probably are more, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said it was October 8th was when all waste in this particular landfill cell was stopped, correct?
October 7th.
October 7th?
That's correct.
So all of the waste that came in to your facility for the 5th, 6th, and 7th until it was stopped from Savannah and surrounding areas was dumped in this landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Can you redirect?
Thrilling testimony, thrilling questions, thrilling answers.
When you were indicating to Detective Noble the area that truck 3909 would have deposited its load, or I guess where that load would have ultimately ended up after being moved from the tipping field.
Tipping floor.
Tipping floor. Were you indicating towards just like the entirety of the 10 to 12 acre
No.
landfill cell, or
No.
to a more precise area within it?
Yeah, it's just a more precise area.
About how big was that area that you were pointing out, if you could estimate?
Normally, we work in a 50 by 50 area.
And was Quentin ultimately found in that area?
That's correct.
Just to follow up, you're talking about the tipping floor. So again, the tipping floor, the big piece of equipment that we saw. When you're using a landfill cell and you have the tipping floor, I assume that compactor runs back and forth over the trash compacting it, correct?
Dude, let this guy get off
And
the
it picks
stand.
it
He's
up and
having
moves it,
problems
correct?
breathing. Can't you hear him? Give him a break.
Bulldozers, well, everybody knows that bulldozers will take the waste to the compactor, and then the compactor spreads the waste and then compact it.
Okay. So when you say the bulldozer, everyone knows this. Let's just assume I don't know anything about landfills. I don't know anything about how it works. Okay. So, but what we're saying is all the waste that gets dumped is compacted, dozed, moved, pushed, compacted. How many times does this happen?
Once the waste is pushing that general area, it don't get moved. It's just get compacted.
Okay. And so when the waste gets dumped, it gets dozed, moved, pushed, compacted, and then that's, I guess you can start doing what we call the daily
cover.
Daily cover. Okay. And every day you have to cover it, and every day you have to uncover it.
That's correct.
And once you uncover it, do you dump more and do that again?
That's correct.
All right. So you compact it, dose it, move it, cover it, uncover it. The next day, dump more, compact it, dose it, move it, cover it. Next day,
and
uncover it, do the same thing again, and then stop, correct?
That's correct. Once we reach our general height.
Thank you.
Janine?
No question.
Thank you. And may this witness be released.
Yes. Release him to deposit a load.
Johnson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Boosh, I saw that. Who's next?
And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it's been about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. I think it's a good time for a short break. We're going to break for 15 minutes. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research, and we will see you back in 15.
Ooh, fancy black screen. All right, let's see. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Keep that cursor scrolling right. Okay, this is a very long 15 minutes. Okay, that was damn near an hour. It was like 50 minutes. 15 minutes turned into 50 minutes.
Okay, so we're back on the record in SBCR 22-03364J6. Council are both present at their respective tables. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel. Ms. Parker, I've had an opportunity to review the motion for immunity. And
Oh, that's interesting. Apparently, during the break, someone submitted some sort of motion for immunity. That sounds interesting. I wonder who wanted immunity and for what testimony. Mom? I can't be mom. All right, let's see. I'm curious.
And I am signing the order granting use and derivative immunity. I'm going to hand it down to the clerk.
Somebody gets immunity for something. Well, that wasn't on my particular bingo card for the day.
Documents out to the clerk so they may be filed in. And of course, that is regarding the witness, Weston, Craig Weston.
Craig Weston, the drug dealer, Red, the former lover of LEILANI Simon. We get to hear from the drug dealer. Sweet.
Gotcha, bitch.
Woohoo, that's going to be fun. I'm stoked for that one.
Hook up with a hot.
Whoa, not that one. We don't want that button. I went one too far. There we go. Yeah. The drug dealer is going to testify with immunity. Hell yeah. Wow, I almost I did push the wrong button, but I caught it just in time. Oh, if you know, you know. All right, let's hear this. This is going to be good.
Copy of that for Mr. Bryant, once it's signed and filed.
Yes. All right. So before we bring the jury out, let's talk about how we're going to proceed at this point. The state has made a motion to not broadcast or have recorded certain testimony. Mr. Dean, if you'll state the state's position on that.
So we're objecting to any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston.
Oh, come on.
Tim Weston, should he testify.
No, I disagree, counselor. We got to hear it. This is open court. He is testifying. He better have a damn good reason for not wanting this. I'm assuming his reasons would be he's going to testify to something that could get him killed on the street. Mr. Sound Technician here, he has zero fucks left to give. He's like, oh God, my job. I have to play with knobs all day. I just have to sit here and twirl my knob in court.
We're objecting under OCGA 15.1.10.1, which sets forth the multifactorial test for granting or denying media requests. And in particular, we are relying on the first two factors: the nature of the particular proceeding at issue, that proceeding being just is or their testimony, and the second factor, the consent or objection of the parties or witnesses. He has objected to us, and so we're relaying that to the court. Also, the sixth factor, the impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding.
Nope, none of those are good enough for me.
Given his concerns about recording and broadcasting, we think that the truth-seeking function of this criminal trial will be furthered by not doing that.
Not good enough for me.
In Tim Weston, should he testify?
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, since we're just dealing with flat statements without any evidence to support them, my objection is the exact opposite of that.
There you go.
With the only two exceptions in the trial so far, one having to do with a minor child, which I think everyone agreed on.
Yes.
And the other one having to do with an agent who may or may not have testified that we didn't want to have their identity revealed for reasons, okay, that are enumerated, and again, not a great objection to. We don't have that here.
Okay, Mr. Weston is a civilian. He's not a minor. He's not under indictment. He's been granted use immunity. I'm sorry if the things that he's testifying about may be personally embarrassing to him, but I didn't call him as a witness, and the rules we've been playing under have been the same for everyone. I don't see, Mr. Dean baldly states, well, due process can be served by this. Well, I can baldly state that due process would not be served by it, and we're right back at the beginning of the analysis. So everyone in here has objected to the media coverage thus far, every opportunity we've been given. So I'm not saying this because I'm any great fan of having cameras in the courtroom, because I'm not. Okay, I am saying this though, that the rules that we've been playing by, every witness has had to come in here and testify so far, with only those 2 exceptions, have had to testify in front of the cameras. So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity. So any potential legal ramifications are out the window at this point. So I think that use immunity promotes due process and fairness more than anything. Other than that, we're just talking about his own personal embarrassment, and that's not one of the factors, Judge. So.
I am completely in agreement with defense counsel here. As much as it pains me to say, I completely agree with him. His arguments were solid and sound as far as I'm concerned. The guy's got immunity. He doesn't want to be there anyway. He's not going to be cooperative as it is. So you just treat him as a hostile witness if you have to, and go for it. I completely agree with the defense lawyer here. It's got to come in.
We object.
It's got to be recorded.
Mr. Dean, looking at considerations 1, 2, and 6, is there anything particularly about the nature of the particular proceeding at issue? What can you tell the court more about that in your objection?
This witness is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters.
So
it's one thing for
then he shouldn't have had private sexual relations.
He is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. He's testifying under compulsion and under a grant of immunity, and might also be asked about perhaps about criminal activity for which
that's what the immunity is
tried, and will therefore never be vetted in a court. And this is the same reason that the federal government doesn't name unindicted co-conspirators in indictments, because
he's not an unindicted co-conspirator. There's nothing to suggest he had anything to do with the murder. Sorry, Clark Kent, I'm not in your camp on this one. Tough shit. He's got immunity. The only thing I could think of was if they could make a compelling argument that he is going to rat somebody out, he's going to rat a bunch of people out, that would potentially kill him. Then I would be a little more persuaded. But he hasn't made any compelling arguments this far.
Unindicted co-conspirators are never going to get a trial and an opportunity to flesh out the truth or falsity of the allegations against them. There's sort of a parallel thing going on.
No, there's not.
Here
Sorry.
With him. And as to so I think that's enough factually to state that, and that goes to the nature of the proceedings. As to the objection issue, I mean, I'm just proffered and stating in my place as an officer of the court that he objects, and he objects strongly.
And you cleared up a question I had in my mind. So
now say one more thing. I'm sorry. If not, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'll sit down.
What do you want to say, Mr. Dean?
I was just going to say that this idea that the court's decisions about recording or broadcasting the trial at large and the testimony of other witnesses, in that there ought to be some, there's a principle of consistency that ought to control here, just seems to me to be totally at odds with the multifactorial, fact-specific, witness-specific tests set forth in the
Are you saying that's what the court is doing?
No. That's what I took Mr. Miller to be urging the court to do, is to apply a uniform rule for all witnesses and all the subject matter of the trial. And I just don't think that's what the code section calls for.
Mr. Dean,
yes.
I know you're about to go on, and you don't need to.
Okay.
You will, and I don't need you to.
I do have something to say about that. You asked about the nature of the proceedings, so this is kind of a different thing. He gave an answer to it. I'm going to see if I can summarize Mr. Dean's argument.
I don't want to put words in Mr. Dean's mouth.
Called in a witness by compulsory process. We are offering this witness. We have given this witness immunity, and we've subpoenaed them into this murder trial. And now because he feels some kind of way about being embarrassed, that we're going to change the rules for this witness, which is all what they've done. So I don't understand how you can create the problem, cement the problem, alleviate the problem with this particular witness, and then think that, you know, I'm the one who's objecting to it, and I'm the bad guy, because I think this guy should play by the same rules that every other person they've done the exact same thing to has had to play by the entire trial.
Yep.
I don't see there's anything unique about the nature of this particular proceeding. I don't see there's anything about this particular witness that makes it relevant or necessary to turn the cameras off. And I don't say that because I love them on. I don't. I say that because I don't see a reason.
We had the cameras on. Well, we had the camera on, the audio on for a minor witness. They want no cameras and no witnesses and no recording. I'm with the defense on this wholeheartedly.
Exception for Mr. Weston. He's not that special. And that's the reason why I'm objecting to it.
Rules are here to guide us. And 15.110 is here to guide us with regards to videotaping and televising and recording. I do think there is a balancing test. There are several conditions that are listed, things that the court should consider and hear from all parties. All situations are a little bit different.
I haven't had a problem with you yet.
And in taking this case in particular, and the state's objection, I'm going to grant.
No.
I'm not going to require Mr. Weston to testify with the cameras on. I think that Mr. Dean gave an argument for, one, the nature and particular proceeding at issue that helps satisfy the court. He also stated condition two, but condition 6, I find is very persuasive. The impact upon due process and the truth finding function of the judicial proceeding. Given what the particular scenario is with this witness and some of the factors that play in, I am going to require that cameras not roll and that it not be recorded. Of course, the fact finders who are here will still be able to hear.
It's an open court, Your Honor. We have a right to hear
anyone
it.
who's in the courtroom will be able to hear from him. This is still an open courtroom, although in my discretion, I am not going to allow this witness testimony.
It is an open courtroom. That's the end all be all. Unless it's going to cost him his life, I think the judge is wrong. I've agreed with her on every single decision she's made up to this point.
Testimony to be broadcast. Okay. And so with that, is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And you need Mr. Hilliard, you wanted a copy of the
no
the order.
I have it right here, Judge. I did want to be certified though, just so I can use it on Mr. Weston when the time comes.
Okay.
Yes, Grace.
Your Honor, is Mr. Weston the next witness so that we can be made aware of when he's going to testify?
What I anticipate is Detective Livens. Detective Livens is going to be called next, and then after Detective, then Mr. Weston.
It's still her court.
And I would ask that you cut the camera footage and recording at that time.
But see, if you're gonna, it is still her court, and she has the right to make these decisions. But if she's going to allow a minor who has way more protection, who's entitled to way more protection than just a rando witness, an adult witness. If they give that minor's audio, if they allow us to hear that minor's audio, but then they're going to say this guy's a special guy just because he happens to have knocked boots with the defendant. He's been given immunity for all of his drug dealing shit. He's not going to rat anybody out. If it's going to be embarrassing to him, we don't need to see his face. He's not a confidential informant, Swamp Bear X. He's a drug dealer. We know who he is. We know his name. We know what he did. He's not a confidential informant. He's coming there under protest. He doesn't want to be there. And the only thing that the essentially what the prosecutor was saying was, well, he'll be more open. He'll be more open to telling the truth if he knows that he's not being, videoed or recorded or audio recorded. If there's no audio or video, he'll be more inclined to tell the truth. I disagree with that. He is under obligation to tell the truth, and he can face fucking perjury charges if he doesn't. I think that is a bad decision by the judge. In light of if there would have been the other witnesses, like the minor that they didn't record the video or audio, then I would say, okay, she didn't do it for that witness, so I can understand why she's not doing it for this witness. But she did allow the audio of a minor witness to be broadcast out and streamed. I don't see there's any grounds for treating this guy as some super special witness just because he was fucking the defendant. He's ashamed of sleeping with her, Jim. Yeah, but hey, he made that bed, so to speak, so he gets to lie in it. Yeah, I disagree with her decision. It's not consistent with her previous rulings. If it was consistent with her previous rulings, I would defer to Bush and say, yes, it's her courtroom, her rules. She's applying these rules evenly and fairly across the board, but she's not doing that here. Alas, I have finally found something where I do not agree with the judge.
And just to clarify, that would be audio.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we describe this testimony as reporters talking about what's happened in the day or not?
This is an open courtroom. We're just not recording and broadcasting that portion.
But then it's not really open now, is it? It's not really open if you kind of close it out to the outside, is it?
I don't mean to get dark. So we're allowed to vote in if we take direct votes, that's fine?
Yes. All right. Please bring in the jury.
Nah, that's nah.
I think I said 15, but I think it grew into an hour.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your patience. Honestly, we are not dancing and having a party while you guys are in the back. The work continues. I'm going to turn now to the state. You may call your next witness.
Marion Lemons.
Oh, they're recalling Detective Lemons. Now Flux will be happy about that. Your girl's coming back, Flux.
One more time for good measure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You testified, feels like a long time ago now, about the defendant's October 5th interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, right?
Yes.
And over the course of that day, she disclosed 2 trips away from the residence on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th.
Yes.
And on that day, what was the story as to the first trip, the earlier of the 2?
She described going to the Flacco's Tacos to meet up with a gentleman she knew as Red.
To do what?
To pay back a drug front.
Over time, I guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time, did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting Red/Craig on Arkwright to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you
a little bit of a change there.
Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Okay, same person.
Yes.
Okay.
And Anne is leaving us.
As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And goodbye. We'll
on
see
that
you
day,
later.
Did you at
See
some
you
point
soon.
did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically who is Craig.
Did you ask her whether there was anything going? What did she say to that, if you remember?
I believe she referred to him as an older white male that was not Red.
And it was on the 12th that she said, actually, Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes.
And it's an African-American gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th, you had seen messages between her and a contact saved as Craig, right? Day
Yes.
one. And did you ask her whether there was anything sexual going on between the two of them?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
I believe in that specific interview, I don't fully remember what she said.
Okay. At some point in the investigation, did she deny that though?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You later received a copy of her cell phone extraction, correct?
Yes.
And did you select and export from that cell phone extraction all of her communications with the contact saved as Craig?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you States Exhibit 91?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is an extraction report of all communications and anything that has to do with the user she has saved as Craig.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 91.
Submit it.
Now, does this exhibit show when she first saved Craig as a contact?
Yes, it does.
And what was that date?
On September 16th in 2022.
Okay, so that would have been how long before Quentin's disappearance? A little less than 3 weeks, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. And moving forward from that, is there a series of text message exchanges between the two of them leading up to?
She's going to get some of Craig's
Yes, text
orange
messages and
gel.
phone calls.
Okay. And does this document include all of them?
Yes, it does.
Before we get into, reading
We all
individual
thought she meant the
ones and
medicated
describing the
ointment
numbers
orange
received
gel.
and
She
so
meant
forth.
Craig's orange
Let me just
gel.
ask you, can you kind of summarize what these communications show as far as what was going on with the two of them, between the two of them during, say, late September, early October?
So pretty much from when Leilani saved Craig into her phone, it appears that they began a sexual relationship and were scheduling meetups to meet and have sexual intercourse
And where was it that they appear to be meeting?
at his place of residence
And where is that?
off of Arkwright.
Okay. On Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Off of Highway 204?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that you identified Craig as Craig Weston of Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to a few of these and have you talk us through them, okay?
Okay.
Can you go to line 7?
Yes.
So this thing is like, we've had some of these bubble style exports. This is a table style, right?
Correct, yes.
It's just a different way of pushing text messages out of the Cellbrite extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Line 7. Can you walk us through this message, including like
Well, at least we get to hear some of the schmexy text messages.
the date and time and who sent it to whom and what it says?
So again, these are only from Craig and Leilani. So this one's from Craig saying WRY, which is commonly known as Where Are You, on September 25th at 2:24 a.m.
All right. So middle of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Line 8. Can you just kind of walk through these from that one through line 16?
Okay. So the previous message was at 2:24 a.m. The next one is from Leilani at 2:25. It says, I'm home on Buckhalter. At 2:25 from Craig, hello. 2:26 a.m. from Leilani. I can come back out there. At 2:38 a.m. from Leilani, on the way.
Horn dog.
And then at 2:46 a.m., Leilani sends a video message. This is a thumbnail of the video that she sent, and it appears to be of a trailer from inside of a vehicle.
Now, you've been to Arkwright Road?
I have.
And you've seen the structures out there?
Yes.
Does this appear to show that she was present there at that time?
I believe it's the back part of Arkwright.
Okay. And that was at 2:46?
Correct.
So it looks like she's there at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to line 13.
So at 2:48 a.m., Craig says, okay, 1 minute. And then it skips to 5:55 p.m., so several hours later.
That would be like 13 hours later or something
Yes.
like that? Okay.
Craig asked, you okay today? You man here.
And how did she respond to that?
At 6:54 p.m., she says, yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing. And then in response at 6:58 p.m., Craig says, okay, well, was thinking about you.
All right. So is that set of messages that we described, does that appear to be the first visit by the defendant to
Druggy
Craig
love
that we see
letters.
reflected in this set of messages at least?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go forward to line 62 on page 5.
Okay.
And if you could just do the same thing for 62 through 76, go nice and slow with the times and everything.
Okay. So this is on September 26th at 11:59 p.m. from Leilani. On the way now, be there in about 12 to 14 minutes.
12 to 14 minutes.
At
That's
12:04 a.m.
oddly
Craig,
specific.
initiates a phone call and they speak for 53 seconds. At 12:05 a.m., Craig says, okay. At 12:06 a.m., Craig says, okay, I'm in back to my camper. Stay close to your left. My dog gonna try to eat your car, but he won.
I bet it's a pit bull.
At 12:16 a.m., Craig says hello. At 12:16 a.m., Leilani says, okay, I'm passing Quaco now.
Passing guac now. Oh, Jill.
At 12:17 a.m., Leilani initiates a phone call for 19 seconds with Craig. And then at 12:21 a.m., Craig says door open. Then skipping to 1:22 a.m., the previous was at 12:21. Leilani says, I'm home. I love those hugs.
I'm home. I love those hugs.
Yep.
All right. So based on when she said she was passing Quaco Road on the way there, and when she says, I'm home, I love those hugs, roughly how long does it appear that she spent at Craig's place that night?
Roughly 45 minutes.
Okay.
45 minutes. That's why Craig's embarrassed. Including chit chat and cleanup time, 45 minutes. That's why he's embarrassed. Come on, Craig. You can do better than 45 minutes, bro.
Moving on to line 41. When is this message sent in relation to the last one we just read?
Yeah, so the last one was at 1:22, where she's saying, I'm home. I love those hugs. The following message is from Craig at 1:26 a.m. And it says, okay, not more than I did. I was about to grab that kitty one time.
Oh, no.
What did she say to that?
In response, at 1:26, she said,
He gets accolades for I'm about ready to grab that kitty one time. Donald Trump says grab you by the pussy, and he gets like railed for it. But
LMFAO, you most definitely could have! Exclamation point. And then at
do you think people generally know what LMFAO means?
Look at her expression.
At 1:26, she said, LMFAO, you most definitely could have! Exclamation point. And then at
do you think people generally
look at her expression about this? I'm gonna grab that kitty. I love this expression on her face. She said it. He said it. They said it. Yep. I'm sorry, but her expression is priceless. Oh, Detective Lemons, you are a peach.
really know what LMFAO means?
I'd laugh my fucking ass off in case you didn't.
No. All right. 73.
Oh, no.
What's that? What does that one say?
73 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR.
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
9:20.
Okay, this is the don't make me do this when I'm don't make me inhale a cigar. My girl, don't do that. Excuse me. Oh dear. Oh no. Wow.
3 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR.
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
Yeah.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9:27.
Look at that expression. Please don't make me read this again. Why do you want me to read this again? This is I need to screen capture this and make it like a cringe emoji. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I'm screen capturing this. That's a brilliant cringe face. Oh, hang on. Oh, Lord. That's like that face is the embodiment of hashtag yikes. She does look like Ozzy Osbourne. Oh no. Great success. She does look like a young Ozzy Osbourne. No. Shut up. Don't say that. Oh. Oh no. This is the perfect way to end today's stream. Oh my Lord. Oh, that's funny. She does look like Ozzy Osbourne, like in the younger days. Oh, my ribs hurt now. So does my lungs from inhaling a very, very strong cigar. Oh dear. Say it again. Read that part about I just wanted to see what it looks like. She's like, oh God, don't make me read it again. Oh, okay. Before we have to watch her cringe harder. Boosh, you done it, my friend. Boosh, this is your fault, man. Boosh McFadden dropping a $5. Wild turkey don't play basketball. They always call a foul. Why'd the turkey join the band? He had drumsticks. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. But Boosh, what you have done is something we have not done for a very long time on this stream. That little $5 super chat of yours just launched us into the third tier, and which means I got to come all the way over here and grab the third tier. The first tier is, hang on, I've got the wheels of my chair all ski wumpus on, and it's catching on my floor mat. Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm back. Oh no. The first tier of achievement is always unlocking the emotional support potato pig dogs, which we did. The second tier is the punishment shot for holding the emotional support potato pig dogs behind a paywall. The third tier, which we have just now reached, is sort of the resolution, the coming together of us together to celebrate reaching the third tier, which is just a shot of pure, unwatered, unchilled, unsugared, straight, actual, real absinthe. Maybe we're going to have a trucking stream in about 8.5 hours. We'll have to see. Thank you, everybody, for unlocking the third achievement for the first time in a very, very long time. A shot of absinthe, neat to all of you. From me. Ooh, that is strong but good. Nice and smooth and delicious. Thank you for getting us to the third tier, Boosh McFadden. All right, now she has to read. Now she has to read this text again about, oh, I just want to see what that kitty looked like. I just wanted to get a little glimpse of kitty. the Ozzy Osbourne cringe face is awesome. All right, shut up. Let's go.
Shit, I sure wanted to, like, I see how it looked FR.
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
Yeah.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9/27.
Oh, dear.
Early morning hours of September 27th. Okay, go ahead. With 73.
Yep, 73 at 1:29 a.m. Shit, I sure wanted to, like, to see how it looked FR.
What does FR mean?
For real.
For real.
Okay. How does the defendant respond to that in line 74?
So 74 at 1:36.
This is the most regret she has shown in this entire thing. She murdered her child and showed less regret. She's like, oh, fuck, we sent those texts. Oh, God.
6 a.m. is a response from Leilani sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
No! No! You whore. No. 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 Say it isn't so. Oh. Chat. I apologize for the content of today's stream. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my Lord, nobody wants. Of course, again, she was much fitter. She was noticeably better looking pre-prison days. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Wow. I got nothing, chat. I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm sorry. Oh dear. All right. Let's get even she's like, fuck. They've seen the video. And bless the poor souls that had to see that video. All right. Yikes. All right. I need to be more adult than this. Okay. Oh,
In line 74.
So 74 at 1:36 a.m. is a response from Leilani sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
Cringe.
75 is at 1:38. So after the video message, Craig says, "Damn, you just made me hard as fuck. Thank you."
Cringe.
76.
76 is at 1:39 a.m. from Leilani. Well, shit, I'm glad I didn't.
Cringe face.
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay?
She's like, oh, thank fuck. She's like, oh, please don't make me read anymore, please.
If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
Oh.
So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know.
Oh, Godfrey.
Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, if you can't come out, it's okay. At 1:15 a.m. from Leilani, I'm about to head that way, just probably can only stay for a couple hours though. Is that okay?
It's okay. But
Then
it's
at
okay,
1:22 a.m., Leilani says, heading to car now.
No, it's okay.
Heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, well, you want to park at rideshare.
What is rideshare?
It's pretty much just like an empty parking lot about a quarter mile from Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, yeah, I will. At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, just pulled into the rideshare. At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone.
Dang, if I smoked cigarettes, I'd have to have a cigarette.
At 2
after that
a.m.,
one. Woo.
Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, okay.
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m. they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous was at 2:01. Craig's
almost like an hour and a half has passed or so?
Yes,
Okay.
more than an hour. That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time.
Oh,
Yes.
All right.
No.
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131?
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for a good ass min. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date?
It is 10-1. So at 11:59.
Okay, you know what? I have to change my stance here. I don't want to hear the audio from this guy. I don't want to hear the audio of the direct and cross examination of Craig, the horny drug dealer. I apologize, Judge. You made the right decision in retrospect.
9, Craig says, "You okay?" On 10-2 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, "Yes, I'm okay." She then responds, "About to drive over there, actually." At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, "Damn, you was tired, or I got rid of a lot of your stress." At 9:46, Craig says, "LOL." At 9:47, Leilani says, "A lot of stress was released. I need that sleep." At 9:54 a.m., Craig says, "That's good shit. I was ready for round 2 last night, but it's okay. You needed that rest. You look well rested."
And then 140.
And then 140 is at 9:57 a.m. from Leilani. "I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes."
Stop! No!
So
No! Please tell me you just meant you're tired and waking up. I never want to hear Leilani sending a text message saying I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes. No! Please just tell me she was sleeping and she woke up. Oh my Lord. I hate this trial now. Jill. Jill told you it burns. Shut up, Jill. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. All 314 of you that are here. I'm sorry you had to hear this. Oh, cringe face. Oh, no. All right. Oh, Lord have mercy on all of us.
These
From Leilani, "I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes."
All right. So
hey, Gordon Pope.
These seem to show that over the week leading up to Quentin's disappearance, that the defendant was getting male attention from Craig. Like
Getting male attention from Craig. That's a very diplomatic way of putting that, counselor. Getting male attention from Craig. This is terrible.
3-4 times, something like that.
She's not an Uncrustable. Oh, get out of here.
Please, Your Honor.
Chico might. Shame on you. That's 5 minutes in the penalty box for instigating. No.
Detective Lemons, let's talk about the text messages you didn't mention.
Yes, please, counselor. Let's talk about the text messages that she didn't mention. Why did it take me so long to smoke this stupid cigar? I should have shut this down long ago. Oh, dear.
I'll start on page 1.
No.
So the contact for Craig was added on September 16th, correct?
Yes.
That's the first time that this appears anywhere in here to the best of your knowledge and mine, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anything to this number prior to that?
No.
Okay. So on the first page,
I'm so thankful for pointless,
Instant
stupid
message
questions
6.
from the defense counsel now.
did Mr. Dean ask you to read that one?
No, he didn't.
What does that one say? And who's it from and who's it to?
On 9:25 at 2:23 a.m., Leilani says, "I needed a 50, but no one was there."
What is a 50 commonly referred to as? Is that a drug slang?
I believe it's just a number.
I needed a 50, but no one was there?
I don't know what she was intending there. I mean, I can assume it's drug lingo, but what exactly it is, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you seem to know what WRY meant, correct?
What?
And you're currently stationed at CNT, correct?
I am.
Okay.
You're currently stationed at CUNT Defense Council. I know what WRY means, but 50, I mean, what's that, like a $50 bag? Certainly not going to be 50 grams. I don't know.
So, using your experience and your knowledge as an agent over at the counter narcotics team, when someone says they need a 50, what are they commonly referring to?
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard his line of questioning. Overrule.
Yep. So my understanding is almost everyone has their own drug knowledge. Usually when I don't know something, I'll ask one of the other agents there. So right now I don't know what she's referring to.
All right. So let's move on.
It can't be
then.
50 grams of cocaine. That's a fuck ton of cocaine. Just ask other people who would know what that is. King Ginger agrees, a $50 bump. Yeah.
Well, let me go back and just start from the beginning with this.
Dear me. Was not ready for this today.
On page 3, line 26, who is that from and who is that to? And what does it say?
It is from Craig to Leilani, and it says, I'm going to be your first black guy, not that it matters.
That was on September 26th.
Yes.
And at that point in time, that seems to imply at least that they had not done anything, correct?
I'm going to be it. Okay, I'll give her that.
Okay. So. And let's look at number 42, September 26th. Who's that from and who's that to and what time is that?
You said 42?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one's from Leilani. Y'all got perks or anything like that?
What do you think was meant by perks?
Percocet.
And number 43, what was the reply?
From Craig, no, I'll check around.
Okay. And
yeah, that's a good point. Beginner Crafter says, geez, he thinks these sex are better. Yeah, the other one were just like, let's go do like all sorts of weird, not weird sex shit. Let's go do some sex shit. These are like, let's sell me. I want to buy lots of drugs from you. Yeah, these ones that he didn't read are demonstrably worse. Baby Gator bus stop rando and stuff with the $10. I just got here. Have you hit your goal yet? Oh, we hit the goal ages ago, but thank you very much. And if you just got here, whatever you do, wink, wink, don't go back 10 minutes and watch. Don't go back 15 minutes and watch. It's the worst shit I've ever heard. If you want to hear the cringiest sex texts ever, go back 15 minutes. Oh, no. I'm going to be your first black guy. Oh, God.
Number 52 at the bottom right there. Who's that from and who's that to?
Jill, stop.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that asking for?
You got a half of tree.
And what is that referring to?
I believe that's marijuana.
Okay. And
who's this schlub that just walked past the camera? Wow.
And the instant message that y'all are referring to was, I believe Mr. Dean asked you about.
JKD Buck.
I guess they met at the ride share.
You watching second season of Silo? I didn't know Silo existed till about 4 hours ago over on Meme Copium stream. Meme told me about it, so I didn't know Silo existed. So no, I'll probably watch it when I catch up on Justified.
think it was October 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Half a tree is the best thing we've heard
And
so
does
far.
that seem to
in this
be
text
when there was some
thread.
sort of activity between the two of them?
Yes.
Some sort of activity. Oh, my Lord in heaven. I got to power smoke through the end of this cigar so we don't have to put up with this anymore. I'm past done with this.
I think it's the last page, but I'm not mistaken.
I don't want to put
All right.
words in your mouth, counselor, but
It's
you
like
know.
number 143 at the top of the last page. Who is that from and who is that to?
Putting words in the defendant's mouth would be the best thing
That
she's
is
had in her
from
mouth.
Leilani to Greg.
And what's that saying on October 2nd?
About to head over there and grab his ass a 40, so he'll shut up.
And that's to Craig, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on October 3rd at 3:30, who is that from and who is that to?
From is really
Which
good.
line?
Number 147.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what does that one say?
Just sent 30, Danny coming in for it.
That's all the questions I have with regard to
Forceful and Thunder breaking out the song lyrics.
Can you redirect?
No.
So she's not just sleeping with him, he's also involved in supplying her drugs.
Correct.
Isn't that exactly what we've been saying?
Yes.
Yes.
We talked about the number of meetups that you can clearly see in these text messages and how long they seem to have lasted, right?
Yes.
On the night of October 4th, the night that we're concerned with your, was there any text message set up?
No.
Was there any text message communications with them at all?
No.
Between them at all, I should say?
No.
And how long did the GPS data establish that she was there for that night?
10 minutes.
And how does that relate and link to the previous visits that we've talked about?
I think the shortest one is 45 for their meetups.
So much shorter.
Yes.
No further questions? No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you may take your seat once again.
Fudge.
The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Craig Weston.
Okay, and at this point, this is where video.
All right, the video is going to stop here, which is also what we're going to do. Oh, my Lord. Let's see. He testifies for a long ass time. Wow, we almost got through the whole day 7 here. So, yeah. They testified from. Oh, she's still smiling after the lunch break. All right, we're gonna shut this down here. Oh my Lord, I apologize for the last 20 minutes of this stream from the bottom of my heart. Oh, yeah, you better not have any more questions. Jesus, whew. Boosh McFadden with the $5. Ever hear some bar story and think, I didn't need to know that? Well, meet Leilani. Apparently everyone knows that, i.e. her crusty, effing crusty. Sardonism says, I'm feeling my sheltered childhood at the moment. Does crust in the eyes not just mean sleep crud? We fervently hope from the bottom of our souls that is what was meant by there's still crust in my eyes. But this was a text that came at the end of the series of, I want to come over. Oh, I want to see that kitty. Oh, I made you come so long. Oh, you're making me hard. Oh, Lordy. I only hope from the deepest depths of my cold, dead heart that they're just talking about the sleep crud in her eyes and not something else in her eyes getting crusty. I apologize for the last 20 minutes of this. Oh, probably been about a half hour. I'll be conservative and apologize for the last 40 minutes of this stream. Wow. All right. We've gone exactly 4 hours to this point. And the my cigar is done. It's just not delicious anymore. So the perfect ending spot. JKD Buck, would it be a shame if someone clipped it? Oh, I'm clipping it. Don't worry. I will clip it and upload it myself. Exactly, Alan. Please let it be iCrud. Oh. Yeah, please let it be. We all wanted to be sleep crud. We all wanted to be sleep crud. Oh my God. Yeah. Retrospectively speaking, the judge made the right decision. I don't want to hear anything that's brought out on direct examination or cross-examination from Craig the love monster. It's definitely not iCrud. Jeff has nightmare fuel now. I'm gonna go play Elden Ring for an hour and just kill things. I was gonna say cleanse my palate, but
Hey, phrasing.
no. All right, chat. I don't know how to segue into a conclusion here from that. Oh, wow. That may have been better than Paul's testimony. And by better, I mean worse. Mark Brown, this is why you don't send shit on your phone. You never know who will see it. See, she's got to know that the defense counsel, the prosecution, the detectives, this witness, they've all seen her masturbate now. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. D what? We're done. We are finished here, D what? That's what's up. The last 40 minutes has broken us. If you're just getting here, D what? Just go back 40 minutes. Yeah, just go back 40 minutes in the stream and ride it out. This is better than Paul's testimony. And again, by better, I mean way worse. Whew. That went from really, really traumatic to complete WTF. All right, y'all. We're professionals here. We're better than this, chat. We're better than this. All right. Hey, Slidey Pie over there on Rumble. How you doing? Oh. I got nothing. Jill Ams, Night Owl. I custard is the new beauty. No, it's not. I custard is not the new beauty cream. It's just cream. It's not beauty cream. Oh God. All right, chat. Control yourselves. We're professionals here. It's professionals. All right. Mods, thank you. Thank you for being here and doing your moddy best. Chat, in a couple of weeks, we're going to have it's a very moddy Christmas where you'll get to see the faces behind the mods. We'll have the mods on stream here and we'll just chat and you get to see and talk and interact with the mods. The ones that are brave enough to show their faces on stream. Thank you, mods, for being here. You guys are awesome. Chat, I don't know what to say. You guys are super, super great. Thanks for blowing the goal out of the water. Thanks for keeping us onto what are we at now on day 63, day 64 of the doggo cam, whatever it is. Thanks for keeping the streak alive. Thanks for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the purchase memberships. Just thanks for being here in chat, for those who are just hanging out and getting through this. We went from very, very, very deep lows to absurd levels of weird laughter in this thing today. Thank you so much. This was cathartic. I needed this last 40 minutes after the first 3 hours and 20 minutes. I needed that. All right. God. Here's what's coming up. 8 hours from now, we'll be doing a trucking stream because we hit the goal. Flux will be there. Hopefully Hayden, Aussie Overlord will be there. I've sent out invites to Megan and MG Law. Haven't heard back one way or the other from either of them. If they're here, they're here. If not, it'll just be us hanging out. But at least Flux is locked in. Whew. Sunday may be a Lego stream. I haven't decided yet. I want to get this Tower of Barad-dûr done. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and Friday will be more of the Leilani Simon trial. We're coming to the end. We may finish by the end of the week. If not, it'll at the latest we'll finish by mid following week. Again, no effort Friday stream for November. Probably not for December. Keep your Christmas money. I don't want to press people and grift hard at Christmas time. What else have I got to say? That was so weird. I think that's it, really. Let me see where we can send you. I don't want to just send you off into the ether now. Let's see if we can send you to someone that's a more responsible streamer than me. We thankfully we got a bunch of super chats and stuff today. So clearly we will either be completely demonetized or we will at least be ad limited, I'm sure. So thanks for that. Oh man alive. My neck and shoulders hurt from laughing. All right. I'm seeing where we can send you here. This is so stupid. She's going down. Well, of course. I mean, and I don't mean on her drug dealer. I mean, she's going down. If you guys haven't hit the like button, what's wrong with you? Please. This is a great, hit that like button and subscribe. There's a bunch of you here now. There's 250 of you still remaining. If any of you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, please do. If you have hit the subscribe button, please double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Oh my Lord. I'm seeing where we can send people here now. The YSL trial is coming to an end, so let's see. Friday Court Watch with Recovery Addict. Laid Back Law doing the Jussie Smollett, the Jussie Smollett. His conviction was overturned. Biker Human Fireball trial over at Trial TV Live. That sounds interesting. Let's send you over to Lawyer You Know. Wait. No. We don't do. Well, I do want to do that, but wait. Dave Neal's live here. What do we got? What's Dave Neal doing? Bachelor Clayton accuser PR campaign dumped. Let's go over to Dave Neal. Everybody, we're going to send you on over to Dave Neal to hear what's the latest in the Tonsil Twins debacle. And once we finish this trial, we're going to watch body cam footage and court trial cam footage for a couple days to cleanse our palate. Then we're going to get back into the Tonsil Twins, Clayton Eckert, Laura Owens thing. But let's see what Dave Neal has to say about this, shall we? All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to Dave Neal. Thanks everybody for being here. Tell Dave Neal that Legal Vices sent you. Just spam his chat with Legal Vices said hi. Dave Neal is great. He needs your love and support. subscribe to him if you haven't done so. Let's do this. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. And for tomorrow for you, it's 7.5 hours for me. Take care, guys. We'll see you in just a few hours for a truck driving stream. Bye, everybody. Go wash your eye crust out. Bye.